Hello everyone, welcome to this channel. I am Lily, and in this video I'm going to do a playthrough from the Mesolithic into the Neolithic to check out how the new changes is affecting the game. Okay, let's get started. I'm going to start fairly south and I want forked rivers as usual. I'm also going to go roughly 4,500 Mesolithic because I do want to show off the Mesolithic offerings and the difference between Mesolithic and Neolithic in belief. And I was going to do autumn to make sure to see I have all the crops, obviously, because I don't want to play a place where we do not have access to all crops. Right, okay, so yeah, there's a forked river there, just like I thought it would be. Oh, that's great. Yeah, up with you, and you one notch. Yep. Good. Let's have a look at... yeah. No, nothing of this we can't work with. It might take a little bit longer to achieve some Neolithic stuff, specifically architecture, but playing by need, we should be fine under any circumstance with all the new changes. Look, we just need to go roughly 2 steps to the left here. Oh, that's a good name, isn't it? That's a new name for my tribe, isn't it? Yay! I once called my tribe 7 steps to the left or the right. I can't quite recall because it took me 7 seconds to go where I wanted to go. So this time it's 2 steps where I want to go, 2 steps to the left. Right, let's see where we are. Okie dokie. Yeah, you can see the trees has been increased greatly. There's trees flipping everywhere. Let me see. Where's the food? Where's the food? Oh no. Okay, a few rose hip bushes there. Okay, we won't starve a lot. Oh, I do see the hazelnuts as well. Fantastic. Can't ask for more. I only need the hazelnuts and then I'm quite happy. Okay, so yeah, let's find a place to settle down. I always like to look around to do some pre-planning because we're going to have, if I have my will, we're going to have the maxed out farms in the end. I'm not sure we can do that. It will be a 24-hour long playthrough. We can't do that. We can't do it unless I do it in several sections. It's just so long, isn't it? Takes such a long time to play through everything, to get everything, to max out stuff. Find your limits. See, no, we can't have farming groups yet. That's fine. I knew that. You need a smidgen of Neolithic to get it. Okay, you can be paused. Yeah, it's just, you know, like we always do, set up the groups the way we feel that they will work best for our tribe and then just adjust as we go along. Nothing new under the sun. Let's go. Let's do some. See, we have gotten increased work spots, so we now can have 28 per group, which is excellent. We used to have 14, and then we got it up by another 7 to 21, and now we have it up again with another 7, and now we are 28. So that's good. It will certainly be needed when we are going to try to max out our farms, because in my testing I've calculated you can get away with roughly 3.5 farmers, and since we don't have 3.5 farmers and 3 will be too little, you need 4 per farm. Of course, if you let your farmers work on crop that will overlap each other with regards to tilling and planting, you might have to need more people pending their efficiency. If you get only smart asses and people who have high fitness and not clumsy at all, have good grades in skills and intellect, you could be done in a swift as well. But the possibility of everyone in your farmers group to be good is just not going to happen. We don't have all those in the tribe anyway. No matter how we look at it, it's random. We can't decide to only have geniuses in the tribe, can we? If we could, we will all have geniuses. Everything quickly done, quickly learned, quickly repaired, quickly built, etc., etc. But the building has also been improved. It has been done faster. So now both building and repairs is done even faster. Knowledge is learned even faster, and specifically the rudimentary knowledge, the one you get to start with before you get any real percentages. You just get the knowledge in your state and you have no real progression on it. And then you can see it turns green as you are learning new skills in that knowledge. And the time to get that initial knowledge, the rudimentary skill, is decreased so that we learn it faster. Gosh, if it had been increased, I would have had kittens. I would have been yelling from morning to evening. No. The time to learn rudimentary skills is decreased, meaning you will quicker learn the skill initially. Okay, so fireplace done. I just need to finish these groups. Let's see. Will be good with that. I always seem to, when my population is around 400 or 500, I always seem to constantly run out of the wooden spears. So in the end, when I was above 500, I had to have the fine sticks on unlimited, and I had to have the wooden spears on unlimited. And thank goodness they use sticks, which you basically never will run out of. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. So when you come to that, I don't know how long you prefer playing, what kind of difficulty you would like to play. If you come to around 450, 550 population, you can just as well put the wooden spears and the fine sticks on infinity, because it's gonna take a ton of these materials to keep up with the wooden spears. And the wooden spears are needed for tilling. Don't get me wrong, you cannot till without wooden spears. You have to have these. And if you do not till, you cannot plant. So it's a little bit off balance here, that you can plant without wooden spear. You can just use your hands, hand sowing, which is a bit of a waste of your seeds. But you cannot till. But if you can't till, you also can't plant. So it's a bit of bob situation. I have suggested to the devs that they should have an alternative for the tilling as well. But I don't know what that might be, because it's not logic to till with your bare hands, is it? You can easily sow, feed with your bare hands, but tilling with your bare hands? Nah. So I'm not sure how they're going to sort that, if it's going to get sorted at all. But it's not very logic that they didn't even have wooden sticks to, to do some tilling. Of course they did. We just need to make sure we get materials in the amounts that is needed. But you're probably not supposed to play with 500 plus population at this time anyway. We're not even close to managing a proper sedentary lifestyle. It is when you reach roughly 200, 250, it becomes extremely difficult to keep people alive with the food we have. But now that they have increased the work spot, you could easily go up to 250, 300 and be still fine. But I think that's roughly where the soft cap is. What the heck are you doing, Lily? Why doesn't it take all of those? Is the area too big? What a weirdo. Okay, so leave that one out. Annoying little square dude. Stop it. Stop. No. Okay, there must be something underneath. Can explain why this is not working. Fine. Never mind. I'll just have... Okay, I did it this time. Fine. Right. Wheat, you have a small area where you cannot place wheat. Fine. I accept. I'm not going to fight. Christ. Right, so, yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see how many farms can we support without everything else suffering. So, yeah. And they also made sure that planting has a higher priority than tilling, because sometimes, for instance, when a few crops overlap each other, because some of them actually do, we talked about this the last time as well, people are abandoning the planting task sometimes to go to till other crops that they have, and they shouldn't really do that, because tilling lasts for several weeks after the planting is done. Hence, you need to get the planting done first, otherwise you will be too late, because when they go do the tilling, the planting still needs to be done. And when they're done tilling the other crops and going back to the planting season is over. So it needed to be done a little bit differently, and they have, of course, rectified that so that planting is prioritized. But of course, you need to till before you can plant. So you need to make sure that you don't have too many of the overlapping crops together with others. So for instance, the way I do it is that I have normally 4 wheat crops and then 4 of one that is overlapping with any of the others. So wheat is always on its own. So you can always have 4 wheat, and then you can jiggle with 4 beets, and then you can have a group with 4 wheat and 4 flax. Then you take the next with 4 wheat and 4 peas. You can also do 4 wheat and 4 peas, because they too do not collide. It is the flax and the beet that is needing, almost said, special attention. They need to be not in the same group, otherwise there is no way you will have enough people to gather or to sort 8 farms, even if it's only half and half of each. Beet and flax cannot be together unless you only have 1 of each and you have a higher amount of farmers. Of course, if you have 28 farmers with 4 farms, 2 of them can easily be beet and 2 of them can easily be flax. But if you want to maximize and use the best efficient way to do it, you need to divide these 2 from each other. They should not be together. So there. Right, let's get back to business. Let's get down some pits for the wheat grains and also the flax grains. So I have always played like flax is a food resource, but I just learned recently that the flax resource is fiber as main produce, not the grains. Did you guys know that? I didn't know that. Heck. Well, so the reason why this is because it is kind of the prelude to do clothing and stuff, and the healthy eating of flax grains was kind of in Egypt and stuff long before it came to Europe. Even though we can't say for sure, no, they didn't eat the grains at all from flax in Europe. Of course they did, but it wasn't like something that was known to be a main staple. The main thing from the flax was either oil or fiber for clothing, and like the Egyptian did, for paper. So I learned something new every flipping day. This game. Right. Okay, so that's all my group sorted now. Yeah, let's do the leather and meat as well. Okie dokie. So the patch belief is, like knowledge, really large. It has a lot of sections, a lot of details and factors. So if we divide them into 4 categories, we have the belief prayer offerings, we have the belief prayer support structures, we have the belief prayer temples, and then we have the belief burials, tombs and graves. So we are going to try out all of these, and I'm going to see if I can build all of these. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge to get the stones we need to have at least 1 of each and every one we want. But we have got help that the devs have upped the amount of stones that the tribe members can carry. So instead of only carrying 1 stone, they are now carrying 3. And when I tested this, it was fantastic. I managed to build the largest tomb within 7 years, and that is fantastic. At the moment, we can only access grave-wise the common graves. The common graves do not need any materials, and they also do not need any maintenance. You do, however, need a sliver of here we go with me in archaeology again. Seriously, you do need a small percentage of architecture knowledge. You just need the rudimentary, really, to do it. And you can build it in all timelines. You do not need to be this or that. You can be both. It's no problem at all. it is the gravestones that demand Neolithic influence, at least 1%. So, and if you build, say you have a small tribe, roughly 20, if you build between 6 and 9 the first year, then if you do not have an explosive population growth, you will manage to rotate your people on these 6 to 9 graves, because roughly 1 in-game year is what it takes for a body to be completely decomposed, and by that also opening up the grave for either other family members or for someone else to take the place. So it's reusable. All the tombs, all the graves are reusable. So it's not like we need to build 5 million graves in order to have a big a big settlement. So yeah, let's get down some huts. We will just do whatever the skill levels and the culture influence is allowing us, and then we will see bit by bit, playing by need, what is coming to us and what we can do with it and what it does for us and how it affects the game. In my patch explained video, I did warn people that if you have plans on forcing your people to work more by upping up the work hours and then allow them to do the praying to get rid of the unhappiness, the unrest, they will get rid of the unrest, but they won't get rid of the physical effect that increased work hours have long term on the entire tribe. So you can do it short term and then let them pray to get rid of the unrest, but the physical effect will linger. So it's not really a long-term solution to up the work hours insanely. Do it bit by bit. But not like for a long time at every time you do it. If you have it for like 4 to 8 sleeps and then you take it back down again and let people recuperate, you could get away with it. But I don't really recommend it because it tends to hinder the growth of the kids and also quickly get rid of fitness for elder as well, meaning they will stop working much sooner than they normally would. So it's not really something I recommend. Okay, so the tribe is up and running and food is coming in. I need to just keep remembering to check the food levels because I catch myself being very stingy to start with, and suddenly there's no food because poof, everyone has had babies and I've accepted 2 groups of migrants and haven't adjusted my food group. Not a good idea. Suddenly there's famine incoming. Damn. Can't have that. Need to pay attention. You can't just sit back and do nothing with the groups for an entire year. It's not going to work. Right. So with belief, we do have, of course, to me, which is super duper important, is that you can actually appease some unrest. For instance, if you have issues with feeding everyone and you are having people who are hungry, and if you have too little housing, you can appease these people to a certain degree, especially those who has no housing. Because if you look, I have migrants already. Damn, that was fast. Anyway, I'll take those. If you have too little housing, you can use praying for them to not leave the tribe. If you have praying services to them, you can make them stay, because then they get rid of the thing that is affecting them. It's just psychological, and this is what the praying will do. It will appease any psychological unrest. It will not take any physical effects though. That is not going to work. So you can't pray away famine. That's for sure. When you're hungry, you know, your body needs food, and your prayers will perhaps make you find comfort in your hunger as you're praying, but the hunger is still there. So yeah, and the offerings gives 25% of the appeasement when people are praying to them, and that is quite all right. The thing is, if you do not have any support structures for the the temples that are very low in appeasement, people tend to use a lot of their free time to pray. But if you have some structures that are supporting these temples, they will be finished praying much quicker. So they get a 25% decrease in their unrest. And if they don't have support structures, it takes a long time to get that unrest soothed. But if you have support structures pending strength, they will quicker get the comfort from praying. They look really cool, don't they? These are the Mesolithic offerings, and they are different from the Neolithic offerings. So we will show that to you. I will show it to you when we come to the Neolithic timeline, or when we come to where our first Neolithic migrants are into the tribe, and that will not happen until after 4K BC. Because before that, it is Meso in our area. Right, so let's get some foods going. Let me see. Yeah, let's get some of these as well. I'm gonna start. Let me see. So I have all the crop types. Oh, just place it down, Lily, for heaven's sakes. I have all the crop types in this area, so of course I checked that earlier, so I'll probably need to put down those groups again that has those only, but it doesn't run away. We're in the middle of winter, it's no big deal. Let me see. So since also this is another change that came with this patch, since also the baskets now have the same amount of service points that the storehouses have, you do not need to build 1 million storehouses. You can instead build 1 million baskets. So from one evil to the next. No, this is actually quite good, because you can have a nice mix of storehouses and baskets now, and the people will not stand for days in line in front of the baskets, because 3 people can help themselves from the basket just like they can from any storehouse. So the storehouse then, in my opinion, the way I play, should be used for the high volume produce, like your crop produce, when you are high enough up in population to defend having a lot of farms, while the baskets can easily hold any of the other wild produce staples that you do on a seasonal base as well. And I have tried and tested this, and it works really well. They also have tried to make it so that people don't necessarily sit and wait in queue to sit and eat. So people will use all the houses, they will use all the benches, they will use the ground, they will use all the stones, they will use everything that is in a certain vicinity. So what I do to avoid any of these queues, in case there is little to nothing to sit nearby, I add a ton of benches, and then people will sit on these benches and eat. And yeah, and also the pits have had a reduction in time it takes from people to come to the pit and then be done with the pit. So the animation is shortened by making it really quick, and hence the queue to get next to come help himself from the pits are greatly reduced. So this as well is of course helping to reduce some of the queues we can have that can become really hard to sort when you have 150 plus population. They also extended the meal time, so that instead of everyone queuing at the same 2 to 4 hours, they now have half the day and half the evening where they are balancing out who is going to eat when. So this is quite workable, and I did not have any issues when I finally got that implemented in my testing server. So that was really easy to play with. So now you can see that some of the people who were late for breakfast and were not in the queue, they waited and did some work for a few hours, and then they went back to eat, and then they went back to work. And this is a lot better than people standing in the queues for an entire day, and sometimes even through the flipping night, in order to get food from any basket or storehouse or whatever, really. So the problem is not really prevalent when your tribe is fairly small, below 100-ish plus minus, but when you come to over 150 or certainly 500, it is a catastrophe. Nothing more needs to be said, and luckily the devs have sorted it so that you don't need to lose half your tribe in a famine. They basically are starving to death in front of the flipping fridge. So that has luckily been sorted. So this is also great, because if we are going to be sedentary, we need to have the facilities to feed everyone. We can't have so that only one person is being fed per week. Come on. We can't have it like that. So this is a good move, devs. Good move. Good form, good form. So this is good. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, the belief, the praying can relieve some of the unrest that has to do for sure with lack of housing, but the physical effects will not be affected at all. Just let that be known. The unrest will, of course, when soothed, also hinder that too many people are leaving your tribe. For instance, if you are struggling with getting your housing up, say you have 200 people and you've just migrated, it's going to take a long time before everyone has a place to sleep. And those who are last to get a place to sleep will, of course, be very, very unhappy. And this is where praying is really, really effective, because they will not leave then. You allow them to pray, and then they will calm down and not leave as quickly. But of course you can only have the 25% ones, because there's no way you will have time to build any megalithic structures, support structures, or temples that are better within the time people are starting to get annoyed because they don't have enough housing. So there is always something to help out. We just need to be quick with getting soothing for those that do not have houses, as well as we are pumping out houses constantly. Anything is better than the open. So even if it's just chucking down 10 small fireplaces, it is better. It is a reduction of unrest from sleeping in the open. So if you don't have enough houses, chuck down fireplaces. You can do that and then just remove them as you get enough housing. So that there is, where there's a will, there is definitely a way. Okay, so let's have the fences done before I really start doing a ton of other things, because I'm stealing a lot of people away now from their normal groups for this to be done. Okay, so we already had the first batch of migrants, and there will only be a few more, I think, before they will all be, or the majority of them will be Neolithic. But the devs have made it so that there are still Mesolithic tribes wandering around in parts of Europe for many, many years, many millennia actually, after the Neolithic era started in most of the other parts of Europe. So it is like the tribes in the Amazonas, they are still living in the Paleolithic times. It is kind of the same here with the European tribes that are still in the Mesolithic timeline with their development or lack thereof. So that can also happen. So this in turn then means that if you wish to stay Mesolithic until 0 AD, you can't stay Mesolithic till 0 AD. So this is a player choice. Do you want to be one of those tribes that reject all new knowledge and stick to the old traditions? Or do you want to be the modern one who follows the timeline, following whatever is coming to your tribe? So this is something you can choose. You can also have a nice mixture of both, so you can always have both in the same tribe, which I personally find really attractive, because it is a diversity that I really like. I really enjoy that diversity, and I will always try to go for a mix of Neolithic and Mesolithic in my tribe after 4K BC. I do not want to be a pure modern. I do not want to be a pure Neolithic. I want to be diverse. I want to have different colors on people. I want them to have different clothing. I want them to be different. I want a diversity. But that's just me. It's each up to their own. Definitely. Player choice, which is basically how it should be, to be honest. But it is still congruent though, isn't it? It's not like it's something fantasy. It belongs to the timeline. It is just how it was. And is. My straggler group is not very big. It's only got 3 people in it. It will be more though. It will be more bit by bit. Also, when the other tasks are done for the other groups, they will join the struggler group to help out getting more stones so we can start building stuff. What do we want really besides the fencing? I'm going to do a lot of stone fencing, or at least to start with, before stone becomes more of a rarity, as they have to go to Timbuktu to get more stones as the decades are going. Not sure we're going to manage decades. It's like many hours, even though I'm playing on full speed most of the time. So yeah, but I want to, in this session at least, in this playthrough, I want to start Mesolithic and go into Neolithic, hoping to see if I can somehow manage to squeeze in that we are also building the last megalithic structures that we can't see yet in our tribe because we do not have enough knowledge, so we have never heard of them, hence they are not even showing as grayed out. But of course I know there are more. They will come with more Neolithic influence and also with much higher architecture skills. So I'm going to do some cutting off as well. I have to do some cutting off, otherwise the video is going to be 20 hours long. We can't have it like that. I need to keep it within 3 to 4 perhaps, maybe 5. You know, with my style of doing things, it could easily be 6 hours. I'm not even kidding. Because there's so much to learn, there's so much to talk about, there's so many changes that affect so many areas of the game. Everything is, here I go, our balance. It's one of the most used words I think that I am using in any of my playthrough videos, the word balance. Oh yeah, well, it is what it is. So this is a mere start of everything that is about to come. So the graves, these are the common graves, which you need nothing specific to do. You only need to have the rudimentary architecture skill, then you can place it whatever you like. When a person dies in your tribe, the tribe will normally carry this person to a grave that is free, and then bury them with a small ceremonial thing. You can see they stand for a bit and do some praying and some mourning, and then they move on. And then also the grief or the grieving process is stopped. So when the person die, you will have a fairly low grieving, but as time goes by and then not being buried, the grieving will increase. It can be up to 30. Minus 30 in happiness, in unrest. It's quite a lot. If you don't have a grave, they will be so angry they might actually leave because you are disrespecting their dead by basically letting them stay where they died and just rotting away. And that is not good under any circumstance in any timeline. So you will have a severe reaction if you don't manage to get graves for everyone. So that's important. It just takes a bit of work, and it actually does grant you architecture skills if you are building them. But if you have a tribe of 20 plus, between 20 and 50, you can easily place down at least 10, perhaps even 20 graves, and they will recycle on who is using them, so that you can avoid having anyone leaving the tribe due to too few graves. So the respecting of the dead needs to be done fairly quickly. Bury the dead quickly, do not wait around. Just get the graves down immediately, have it ready for when people start dying. You have a few years before this starts happening, unless you of course have a famine. Then you are in trouble, because the relatives will protest heavily and be very unhappy if they cannot make a funeral procession and have a closure with their dead relative, say goodbye to them. So that's not a good idea. Get them graves up and running. I'm going to adorn them a bit as well, putting some lights, some of my torches, perhaps some benches. I haven't tested properly how the benches and torches work. Will they become inaccessible because the graves will not be stepped on? The disrespect of stepping on graves is not happening in the game either. There is no stepping on graves, so unless unless there is space for people to repair the items you place next to the graves, they will become inaccessible because they will not step on any graves, which is exactly how it should be. So we will find out when I test around. So let's get these up. I do like that there are up to 3 people that can help themselves from the baskets. It's really helping so much in big tribes, so much. I struggled so badly when I had 500 plus because I couldn't build enough to avoid huge queues when everyone was eating at the same time. And this is why testing of the sedentary patch or the sedentary lifestyle is so important, because with sedentary means more food, with farming means more food, hence more people, hence you have a much higher population possibility, and then you also need to increase everything to accommodate this huge population. You know, it is no different today, is it? It's exactly the same principle. So and that needs to be done in the game, and this has taken quite a while to get it right. So this is also a reason why we are a little bit delayed perhaps with this patch, because there's been so many things that needed a tweak, and when you tweaked one thing you needed to go over all the other things that was affected by the thing you tweaked to get those measurements right as well. And this took a long time, because it was the food, it was the farmers, it was the farmer groups, it was the tribe efficiency, it was the cost of things, the decay of things, the life of things. It was so much, everything was affected when one thing was changed. So it took quite a while to go through everything, because it had to be done not only short term but also long term in both timelines. You have to make sure that you get the timelines correct as well, and also the transitioning needs to be correct from the Meso to the Neolithic. So there is a large amount of work behind this patch. A lot of testing has been done, a lot of tweaks, and we had a few bugs but nothing that hindered gameplay as such, and it took like no time at all to fix them, because there were no serious bugs. There are no serious bugs with ancient cities at the moment. There are a few small elusive ones that we keep chasing, but nothing that deters from gameplay as such. Yeah, the balance from a nomadic life to a sedentary life has been quite difficult to get done in a quick time, because there's too much that needed to be tested up against each other. Comparative testing, especially comparative testing, took a long time to get done, because it was within each and every area and not only one thing. So there's a small explanation as to why we have spent a few more weeks than we planned to do for this patch. The next patch as well is going to be mainly some of the work that the developers have done in cooperation with AMD issues for the Radeon graphics cards, because there are so many players who are using this card that basically cannot get the game to function properly. So that is going to take some time, because now it's not only up to the developers anymore, it is now also depending on a third party, which is those developers of these drivers that seem to not function with how the developers are doing things. So, and we already know that it is the AMD that needs to do some work on their part, because the devs have been in contact with them. So we just basically need to wait and then adjust as we go along. So that will be the next update, and then of course followed really shortly will be animal husbandry, and that is going to be great. That is going to be fantastic. I just hope we get plows, that we can plow the ground so the tilling will be done in a woof. Oh, that would be fantastic. But we shall see. Rome was certainly... Oh, shoot it. I knew it. Look what I did. Yeah, I have to get rid of that, and in order to dismantle that I need to get rid of one of the benches as well. I knew it. Well, I'll do it differently. I just have to do it differently. Anyway, there are things happening constantly, all the time. So yeah, we are delayed, definitely, because of a few things that was not necessarily so easy to sort. Because sometimes the devs have to wait for instance, me to report back on a specific area of testing. And when they do that, of course, it's not like they're sitting and twiddling their thumbs. They are working on other problems like the bugs or the AMD issues, the Radeon issues, or they are working on coding some of the next things that is coming for the upcoming patches as well. So yeah, we are kind of depending on each other to do the work. Okay, I'm gonna place down this one and have some offerings around. That means lots of praying, and I'm going to adorn it with some crop, some wild and some cultivated. Let's do a bit of the cultivated and also some of the wild produce. Take something that can actually survive a bit outside. It's not going to be mushrooms, that's for sure, or berries, because they will be gone in a swoosh. Okay, so six common graves might not be enough. Of course, we're now in year 1. But, okay, if I put that one there and that one there, can I do that? Let's try. And if we have the there in each corner instead, I don't know if I like this. It's a bit busy, isn't it? Well, I'll see how it looks. I'll see how it looks. Maybe it's nice anyway. Maybe. Let's get him up to 4. Gosh, it looked like the grave was smoking there for a moment. Oh shoot, here we go again. Yeah, too good to be true. I'll just close them down and not bother with these. I'll do it differently. I'll have to try it, see how it works. It will work in some way, at least. Yeah, I should have known that, because I see that the benches are blocking for the torch. So if I remove one of them, then the torch will be available, but it would look odd with only one torch, or maybe it won't. We'll see. We'll see. We're not winning, are we? And they do not want to know, because they can't go through the graves. Yeah, well, off you go. I had no choice. I should have known that, because I can see that there's not enough path space between the graves to reach the torch. So if I take this one away, then the torch will be alright. One would hope. But I do want lights, I do want benches, because people want to sit and, you know, have some quiet therapy time, you know. Solitude. Just reminiscing, remembering their dead ones, their loved ones. Kind of like it is today, isn't it? Right, let's see, it should now go away. Yeah, it did. Does look a bit weird though. With, oh, I forgot to remove the disband order. Okay then, let's see if we put... No, I couldn't fit it. Never mind. Never mind. I think I can get away with this, because they can reach the torch on each side of the bench, and they can read the bench by going through the middle. So I think I can finally get away with it. I hope. A lot of rain lately, hasn't it? It's been raining quite heavily. Okay, let's get some pots down, some more. So previously where we tended to prioritize huts, we now should prioritize getting down a few religious things, a few spiritual options to pray, and people will chill a bit more with the anger for not having houses, so we can get away with doing a lot of other things instead of houses. As to, you know, previously we had to have, like, within 6 months, if you don't get a house up for at least some of your people, they might actually leave. But now we can just add a few offerings and they will pray and feel a little bit better. So this is good. It can be used like this. Totally fine. It gives us a little bit of a space to breathe. Definitely get up other things. It's specifically if you are in the Neolithic timeline to have access to farms. You should prioritize to get your farms. So if you start, say you start in autumn, where you have all the crop that is available to you in that map, you will have all of them ready to be harvested. You just gather a lot of these crops and then you immediately get started on your farms as well, so that they are ready for tilling and planting when winter is almost on top of us, because the wheat will start tilling already in January. So yeah, get it done. The houses can wait. Just get up a few of the offerings. So to start with, the megalithic structures that we have in the game, they cost a lot more. So even though I stayed for like 50 years in the same locality, I only managed to complete 2 of the really big megaliths, the trilithons, which I will show you later when we get enough architecture and Neolithic influence. But they have been drastically reduced so that we can actually manage to build them in our lifetime. So, so that is a good thing. It's really exciting that we actually now can, in theory, if we play it a bit smart and a bit right, we can actually copy Stonehenge. And I am going to do this, seriously. I am going to do this, but it has to be done in a period where there is not a lot of patches coming onto the testing server, to the dev server. So if there is not enough time for me to do it on the dev server, I'm going to jump onto the public server and do some heavy building, because I am going to make Stonehenge, and I am going to be the first one to do it, just like I was the first one to create the cheat Stonehenge as well. This is what you get when you have a lot of time on your hands. When you have no other life, this is what happens. But it's so fun. It's really fun to do these things, to copy the other monuments and see if you can reproduce them as close as possible to what they actually look like in real life. I really like that. Yeah. So the Uffington horse is still an area of high disgust with me, because I can't seem to find the right hills to build them, and if I build them flat, it won't show. It just will show a heap of stones in a long row, so it's so difficult to make work. I do have all the skeletons and everything made, but when it is on a slope, things do not want to be placed there. It just gives me red can't be placed, and it's really flipping annoying, I have to admit. I'm gonna show you with one of my screenshots just hanging there. So this is one of them. So you can see I have the outline done with the scale that I wanted to have. The problem was when I started to fill it out with fire and also farms, I could place nothing of note on the hill. I could get away with some of the stones being a little bit wonky, to have some odd shapes here and there. It wouldn't, it didn't really detract from the sketch as such, but I couldn't place the fire the way I wanted it. I was not allowed to place the farms the way I wanted it. So in the end, it was just meh, I wasn't impressive in the slightest. So I kind of had to give up on that idea, at least until we have allowance for creating objects that can be placed more on a slope, farms or light or whatever, because I wasn't allowed to, and that really ruined it for me. But yeah, of course I did the skeleton. I've been doing that for almost a year, for ages, but it is not impactful enough for me to work more on it, because I'm stopped by the hindrance of placing down things to enrich the Uffington horse. But this is a exact copy of how the Uffington horse looks in real life in England. But yeah, we don't have white chalk. I can't place farms, I can't place fire, I can't place anything, so it is what it is. It has to be on hold until I have proper hills that does not hinder any placements that I want to do to be done, because at the moment I can't do it. Can't place down anything. So there. But hopefully in time we will have the opportunity to place objects on a little bit of a sloped hill, because that would really be interesting, because you could make a lot of really cool screenshots, really cool artistic things that you can build on a slope, on a hill. So when you go far away, it becomes bigger and bigger, and then you can suddenly see, oh, so that's what it is, you know. I like things like that. I find them impactful, and they are really enriching the enjoyment for me to play the game, if I can do that. Because if you have a little bit of interest in the artistic expressions via gaming, then this is the way to go for me. So I would really like that. I have tested on other things as well, and not only done the monuments that belong to real life. I have also done some fantasy things, like pretending that I can actually draw horses. I got the idea from Miss Trebby. She found one of those small bugs with a skeleton of the horses. When you hunt them and they die, and you skin and take the meat away, then the skeleton is standing up, and that was so cool. Of course, I have to say it as is. I found this many months ago as a small bug that the devs are still working on, but she took it and made it something really cool. She created a horse worship cult, and I find that so awesome. So in honor of her horse worshipping cult, I created a horse that I gave to her as my contribution to her horse cult clan, and I'll see if I can find it. Just hold on tight. This one. So in order to get the theatrical effect that we have here in this here, you need to have it in the correct direction from where the sun goes down compared to where the sun comes up, and you need to have the most impactful colors on the mane that is supposed to be moving in the wind. So the mane has wheat, while the rest of the horse head has peace, and the eyes have fire. And parts of the horse that is supposed to be more deeply into the horse, like muscle differences and skin and stuff like that, has flax. But it didn't turn out quite the way I wanted it, so it needs some work. But you can see that now when the sun is hitting it in the right angle, it looks really cool. So I'm going to do quite a bit of experimenting on this as I go along, as just a little thing to keep me occupied while I wait for testing results, and do the bit more mundane testing, which basically is watching, really, to look for discrepancies in any kind of behavior or, you know, environment. So that was my contribution to Miss Trebby, or Treebook 79, which her name really is. I'm going to make more horses for her. I'm going to pretend I can make horses and just keep gifting her the horses. Well, she is the owner of the horse worshipping cult, so she needs to be properly credited. It is what it is. Okay, let's move on slightly. I might actually make a horse a bit later in this playthrough. Because obviously, while we are waiting for the architecture to be high enough, and of course for the Neolithic influence to be high enough, what are we going to build? Of monuments, I mean. You know, we are building by need. We are not spamming or cheating or anything. We are building exactly the way the game should be played, by need. That looks weird. I'm going to take away those. So I'm going to... These look so weird when they're so far away. I wish I could put them closer, but I can't, can I? Meh. Meh. Right. Okay, so the architecture is still fairly low. But you know, as the tribe grows, we're going to build more. I'm going to do a few more pits as well soon for some of the lesser staples. I will probably use only baskets for the big volume staples when tribe is a bit bigger, like nuts, roots, and rose hips specifically. And I will try to go down on the fishing and also just stay very, very low on the hunting. The problem, however, with staying too low on hunting is that if you don't hunt a little bit regularly, your skills are basically going to drop when the max skill holder dies, because you don't let people work enough with the activity that hunting is in order to let them build enough to reach the current skill holder. But this is something I accept, and I have checked out how it actually works if you don't hunt at all. And you will, with regular intervals, have migrants that do have hunting skills. So if you lose it, then you have been really, really unlucky, or you have rejected absolutely every one of the migrants that have wanted to come to your tribe. So if you want to, in majority, reject all the migrants, just make sure that you don't reject those who can keep your hunting skills alive, because if you lose the hunting skill altogether, you also lose the ability to hunt, which I don't necessarily as a player agree with, but it is how it is in the game. That will hopefully be changed. Maybe they can run after rabbits and try to catch rabbits with bare hands to learn to learn hunting skills again. Oh, that would be hilarious to watch. I kind of hope that will happen now. I want them running after rabbits and face planting and stumbling over everything. Oh, dude. That would be so fun to watch. Oh, brothers. Anyway, okay, look at this one. Look at that. Yeah, it's almost done. They are so cool. They are so cool. And they also give a 50% appeasement to unrest. So half the unrest will disappear when they are praying by this monument, by this temple. Yeah, and of course the altar, which I'm going to show you in a bit as well, will give a 75% appeasement. And of course the big daddy of them all, which is the templeman here, the really big one that is properly carved, it will give 100% appeasement. It's just that without any megalithic support structures, it will take longer to get this appeasement. So when we can build the megalithic support structures, we should place at least 1 or 2 down per temple that we have. Not sure we can manage to build everything in one place. I kind of would hope so though, but we'll see, we'll find out. Okay, so let me see, I have 1 of those reed huts. Yeah, I'm gonna look into getting more as well, but we need 150 reed for those. Oh yeah, talking about reed and grass and fiber. So we can, to a certain degree, decide how much fiber we want without using the wild produce, as the cultivated produce will grant you quite a high amount of fiber, pending of course how many of the flax farms you have. So we have been given quite an upper hand on the fiber, at least via the farms. However, we also needed to equal this out for reed and also for straw. So what the devs did was they increased the amount of reed and straw on the map. And now we have a shed load more reed. We have a ton more straw. So being sedentary for several decades, when I tested it, was no problem. Even after 50 years, same locality with 200 plus population, I did not struggle. But you do need to play a little bit smart. Okay, here we go, me about the balance again. You know the drill, it's always about balance. If you overbuild only one type of structures, you are going to get into trouble after so many years in the same locality. You need to mix the building materials, straw and reed. Seriously, you need to mix them, not only do one type. So also this of course will be easier to achieve for many decades when we get other types of housing as well, because of course we're going to get other housing as well. It's not like we're going to go into the 1500 BC with only mud huts, obviously. So but that is a surprise. Whatever we get is a surprise. I can't wait to see what it might be. I think I already know what it might be, because if you have a little bit of archaeological insight, you also know what the timeline is giving to you. Ta-da! So there's that. But yeah, you can probably put two and two together to understand that some of the buildings is something you can easily look up yourself. But yeah, we will get more, and hopefully different types of building materials, or at least maintenance and repair materials should differ from what we already have, because there are a few structures that we are using reed for. It's both the storehouse and the roundhouse. Yes, yeah, I couldn't find the word. Yeah, while we are only kind of using straw for the straw hut, and that's it. And yeah, and we have less reed than we have straw, so it needs to be balanced out a little bit better. So our third option, with a higher quality sleep service and also more space for people, should not contain reed that needs to be on the maintenance list. If it is on the maintenance list, then I think a suggestion that Mr. Kurt came with on Discord could be an option, and that is that you are adding more types of maintenance materials to the object, but you then go fairly much down on the amounts of everything. So if you had a maintenance material of reed of 25, if you then add another material needed to repair, say you add mud, then the reed material should go down to like at least half, and this could help tremendously, because if you are going to use critical materials for all your repairs, it goes without saying that we can't stay sedentary as long as we cannot cultivate reed, because reed is then a wild produce, and all wild produce still will diminish year by year in your local map. So this needs to be thought about a little bit, and then perhaps you as a player can also suggest some of your ideas to the developers. And I know that they take note of absolutely everything, because when base game is done, they will add more stuff, they will add downloadable content, they will add more and more iterations to each and every roadmap step we have. And they will also present new roadmap steps which can contain and will contain a lot of community suggested ideas and proposals and wishes. And this is one of the things that I absolutely love so much about these guys. It is that they have such a high want to include us players in the development. Even though the base game will be done, they will still welcome anyone with their suggestions, their ideas, their research, their wants, their wishes, you know, and I root for that 100%. So if you have any ideas of things that you do want, any DLC suggestions, go for it. Propose it on the forums, on Discord, wherever you like. They will pay attention and note it down. So yeah, there are many ways to roam. There are so much more we can do, as long as everything is based on congruency of the timeline of the area, the European Neolithic Atlantic area. Everything is open. Go for it. I know all of you who love this game, who likes to play this, see it as therapy and also a learning process for how your ancestor had it, or our ancestor, to be quite honest. You will also have ideas of your own. You will also have some insight yourself about specific areas that perhaps not everyone is thinking about. You might actually be especially interested in the pottery, or especially interested in the boats they made, or the specific type of animal husbandry they did, or the types of fruits or berries. You know, there are a million areas that can be covered by player community as well as the developers. So don't be afraid to go there with your suggestions and your ideas. They will be noted down. Trust me, I know they do this. Indeed. So, where are we? I've been babbling along so much, I haven't really paid super attention. No, they can stay. This one can be chilled a bit now, can't it? Because we're having quite a few there, don't we? Yeah, down with the sticks. Fine, sticks, need no more. Okay, I was thinking maybe I should build some normal huts as well. I'll see how it goes, because I still have quite a few people sleeping outside, and we do have the opportunity now that we have religion. I almost said there is no religion, there's just spirituality and belief. Now that we have some of these spiritual structures, the temples they can pray by, then we can slowly but surely get the housing we want as well. So we have 4 of those, and then 2 of the reed huts. Yeah, it's atrocious that the big reed huts take 150 reed. It's a lot, but it is correct, isn't it? Because you see, there's only reed on them. There's nothing else. At least the roundhouses has tons of mud as well. So it's a lot of mud there, because they only have the roof, don't they? With reed, the rest is mud and sticks and stones and whatnot. Yup. Okay, so the next step up with the graves, going back a bit to the graves, is the stone graves. So the reason they are stone graves is because they wanted to avoid any wild animals or the environment to make them decay faster or just disappear, because the animals could dig them up and eat them, which is quite gross, but it is how it was. So they placed stones on top of them, and this made it more sophisticated, to put it like that, and it lasted longer, didn't it? So, and that also demands that you have a bit more Neolithic influence to do that. So I still only have 6, and they are not all filled. They are not filled at all, because we're only in year 2, aren't we? So it's going to take roughly a year or so more before people start dying. Because did I have any elder when we started? No, that means nobody was over 50. Hence, it's going to take another small year before we lose our first old tribe member. And then we can see that they are being buried. So yeah, and if they have relatives, then you will see a small procession of these relatives following them to the grave, and then just standing around a little bit, at least some of them stand around a little bit to do some praying and perhaps blessings over the grave before they go back to everyday life. They even placed their dead relatives under their floorboards, almost said, under their houses, under their dwellings. And some cultures also put their dead relatives in the flipping walls. I mean, dude, have you heard of ghosts? Are you not terrified of ghosts? I wouldn't dare to do that. I would have nightmares about my old grandma coming out of the walls to scare the crap out of me. What the flip? You know, can you imagine kids being terrified of their old granddad coming out from the walls as a ghost? Whoa. Oh my goodness, I'm terrified now, and I'm an old person. Well, I'm a grown person. I guess that's as far as I would like to go. Oh gosh. I'm old in age, but that's it. I promise. I'm as childish now as I was when I was 14, unfortunately. Will never be an adult. Never. Oh, yeah. So, oh, gosh, what if we get ghosts to the game? That would be hilarious. You know, the Sims have ghosts. You would have ghosts here as well. That would be so flipping hilarious. The thing is, it's not non-congruent because our ancestors did pray to the spirits, and ghosts, per definition, are spirits. So we could get away with suggesting that we want ghosts and just call them spirits. We could get away with that, couldn't we? I'm sure we could. Oh my god. They would know it was me suggesting it because it's so silly. It has to be Lily. Oh, dude. No, that would actually sprucing up a little bit of the quiet times a little bit in the game, wouldn't it? Oh. Let me see. How long do we have left before we can start getting Neolithic? Yeah, it's not too far off before we are starting to get Neolithic migrants. That's going to be cool. Then we can build up a little bit more. A little bit. Just, what are they? 50. Need to start increasing it soon and not forgetting about it. Yeah. But of course, when we get the farms, it will be a lot less strain on the wild produce, so we can keep it fairly low forever. So you will not see me harvesting several thousand hazelnuts per late autumn or early spring. It's never going to happen. I mean, I did try to have some of the feastings that, I can't remember her name now. Anyway, one of the other players used to have these winter feasts where she mass harvested hazelnuts during late autumn, and then she let each and every tribe member not work. She removed the work hours, basically put it down to 0 to let them have a holiday throughout the winter months. And I'm like, how did you do that? Did you only have like 7 population? But I tried it out and it was actually quite cool. But it won't work on any larger tribes, obviously. If you go above 50 people, that is 100 meals every day. So it goes without saying, if you have 2,000 nuts, you have roughly, how many sleeps is that? Is that 20 sleeps? 20 sleeps. 4, 8, 12 days. So that's 4 months with a small population that you can manage. But if you go way above it, you're not going to manage. But for small tribes, it's quite cool. And I kind of do that every now and then, just to test out how the appeasement, I almost said, how the unrest is slowing down or going away from working too hard. But you know, some of the grades that are both weak and, you know, undecisive, they will never be satisfied, no matter how little your work hours are. I mean, you can put it on 0, they will still whinge. But the pipe will have a different tune now that we have praying options that will soothe any unrest. We are getting plenty tools to help us with difficult tribe members. We're getting more and more like modern day, aren't we? So there has been some, not many though, has been some reactions to the increase of the human aging. So previously a human aged roughly 5 years per in-game year, and now it's around 10 per in-game year. So this in turn means that people will grow up faster. They will also, of course, die faster, and this one person was very unhappy with that because he is quite fond of the slow pace that Mesolithic basically is if you're going to play congruent. But the good thing about whatever the devs did to the historical years or the speed and the increase of human aging is that you can still play slow congruent. It is now more a player's choice because you can reject any new knowledge coming from migrants with regards to both knowledge and cultural influence. You can reject it. You can stay Meso until 0 AD if you like. It is your choice. And if you do not spam, if you do not cheese the game, like I know so many people are doing when they get impatient, even me at times, if you don't do that, you are playing congruent. No kidding. So if you just play it the way it should be played, play by need, you will have the congruency, you will have the slower pace in the Mesolithic timeline, even though the devs have upped the speed of the historical years somewhat. So yeah, so although I understand and respect and accept that we have different opinions about the Mesolithic time, about the speed, etc., it is still belonging to the timeline. It is still acceptable congruency for the timeline. You as a player can decide yourself the speed you wish to progress. The game will not decide that for you. So just keep that in mind. If you feel that it's going too fast for you, then stop cheesing the game, stop spamming. Play by need, and then you will see it is 100% congruent even with the increase of historical years. Just saying. Player's choice. So of course the game will grant you the option to continue into the Neolithic, to accept Neolithic influence or not. Your choice. If you don't want it, reject. If you want it, accept. It's no big deal. It's either or, and it's completely up to you and not the game. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Look at this guy. He's so strong because he has an insane charisma as well, doesn't he? His charisma is really high, which is probably why I get away with having absolute max labor age, because his charisma is so freaking high. So basically the charisma is so that he is using it to talk the rest of the tribe into agreeing to not worry too much about labor age, because I know what I'm doing. See? That he's telling the tribe, Lily knows what she's doing, trust her. Okay, let's see if I can add some lovely lights here. Perhaps I need... Oh, is that too much? I'm not sure I can do this. Oh, it's the usual play around. I don't do enough of the aesthetics during my testing to figure this out before I actually play my playthrough. Let me see, can I put it there? I think that's a little bit too much. And I won't be fitting it on the other side either. See? It won't work. Nope. Well, maybe I can keep them ish. Don't need that. This one is the end. That one is the end. This is the end. Let me see. I could get away with it, couldn't I? If I place it there. Let's do that. Let's see how that looks. It can't be that bad. Come on. And there certainly should be 0 inaccessibility issues. Seriously, no inaccessibility issues. Okay, this is going to be a blooper, isn't it? Because my editor has said he's going to make bloopers of all the times I fuck up, say things wrong, loses my marbles, swears, laugh and cackle like a witch. And he said it's going to be half a flipping playthrough with only my silly mistakes and how I talk at times. Seriously. He's threatening to do this. Okay, should I fire him? Should I let him do it? I bet he won't even edit out the babble I just did. He won't. He will just leave it in. And then he will sit back and laugh his ass off. Seriously? My editor is evil. I'm not even kidding. Gosh. Okay, so I'm not going to build the bone harpoon even though I can make it. This is a conscious choice because I want the fishermen to be slow, because we are not supposed to rely on the wild produce too much. We are supposed to rely on the cultivated produce, But we still need to fish and hunt and do the wild produce because we don't have farming yet. So, but I want them to be good at what they do. So that's why I have the slow tools. So they are slowly fishing, but they will more quickly get fishing skills. You can do the same with hunting as well. Give them poor tools. Then they will take longer to hunt, but since they are also longer in the hunting action, they also will get more skills. That is going without saying. So a small tip if you want people to level up without fishing up everything there is in the waters, or if you want your hunters to level more up, to skill more up without hunting up everything, or hunting to extinction everything you have on the map. You can do it like that as well. Because you don't want to lose your fishing. You don't want to have your fishing too low. You want them to be efficient, because when it comes a time where perhaps the yield has failed a year, you will need to rely on either the other crops, or if that is not enough either, you will need to rely on some wild produce to get you guys over the difficult times that will come during winter, because there's so little plant produce available during those months. Then it's time to have the insane winter feast with releasing the hounds. Almost said, max out your hazelnut limits. Don't have any limits, just let them go harvest the wild. That only happens when famine is a certainty and you can do nothing about it. Then you do these more desperate measures. Or if you like to have 1,000,000 hazelnuts, sure, go for it. But then you better be sure that you have other ways to save your tribe if your yield is failing. Just saying. Better safe than sorry. Right, so I think this is the last I will do of stone fencing, because I will need a ton of the stones for when we get the big megalithic monuments, because some of them take 10,000 stones to make. I am not kidding. 10,000 flipping stones. So thank goodness the stone gathering has been upped by 3. It has been made 3 times more efficient, because you get 3 stones as compared to previously we only got 1 stone. So now they come home with 3, which is such a great help. But we needed a bit of the oomph, didn't we, with all the new things we need for people to be happy. So there's that. Let's get a bit of diversity. I'm going to add a few of these. So these are going to hold my leather so that they don't all wither away. And if there is a time where the population of animals in the map is so low, not saying it's going to be now or even in 20 years, but there might come a time, then I'm going to dismantle a pelt hut and get back the leather. This is something you can do as well. It is a sort of security to make sure that you always have leather, because if you keep the leather huts, they need roughly 1 year, a year and a half or so before they need another leather to their maintenance, and the rest of the leather will still stay fine. So maybe a little bit of a hack, as the dev would call it, but this is, you know, if the game allows for this kind of measures to be taken in order to stay sedentary, then I will do them. I certainly will. And it is not cheating as such. It is utilizing the probabilities that the game already has in place. If you do a bit of experimenting, a bit of smart play, and do a little bit of thinking, you can come up with plenty of these small hints and tips yourself. And I bet a lot of you already do. A lot of you already do these things that I'm doing. So it's not like it's only me doing it. It's a matter of, do you guys share them like I do? No, you don't. I do. I share what I'm doing. But yeah, I will not tease the game though, knowledge wise, because I am then taking away the congruency, and I don't want to do that, and I certainly do not want to teach people to do that. New players should play it the way it should be, because then you will learn all the ups and downs of the correct congruent game playing. And even if I use my peltas to save my leather for later years, it does not mean that I have ruined the congruency at all. I've just utilized a security measure to make sure that I still have leather if the time comes where we lack animals where we are. And that's it. That's all there is to it. So now we've been 2 years, we're actually going into a third year. So what I have seen a lot of players do is that by this time, with only like 30-40 members, they already have 20 houses. This kind of play for the Neolithic era with regards to sedentary lifestyle is not going to work. So this means that the players who do this, they have no interest in surviving for decades in the same locality. They have no interest in playing sedentary, only they want to build as they want to build, and then they want to migrate, which of course is completely fine and dandy. However, I want to stay long term, and I want to place down projects and monuments. I want to do odd things. I want to test things. So what I do like about our differences is our differences. So all is fine and dandy. It's just that I do not necessarily share the same needs or wishes that everybody else does. I rarely see anyone staying 20 years. I don't think I've ever seen anyone stay 20 years same place. Unless you guys are of course doing it but not sharing it like I do. Can you please share your screenshots? Let me see how you do things. Give me your ideas. Let me steal some inspiration from you guys. Give me your artistic work. How do you sort your groups? How do you place your fencing? How do you build your monuments? How do you build your houses? What kind of style do you use? Do you have a certain method you're using? What works best for you? What is your best experience? What is your worst experience? What is your best achievement? And all these things, share them, please. Share them on Discord. You might think that, oh, nobody's paying attention, but actually 80% of people on Discord are silent watchers. Creepy silent watchers. I am not silent. I will comment on things that I see. I promise. If I see it, I will make a comment. Unless it's too silly, then I will absolutely be hilariously laughing with you. Best sale tactics. Sale tactics. Sell your silly. Lilly will accept. We're allowed to have fun. Come on. It doesn't matter. Yeah, just don't show me phallus. You know, don't come with pictures of phallus, because that is not so interesting for me. It's congruent, but not that interesting. Maybe I should make a phallus and see what people say. I just call it phallus. It's PHALLOS. It's a phallus. It's a fertility thing from back in the days. You guys already know this. I don't know why I'm saying it. You already know this. Let's moving quickly on. Let's make a horse, or try to make a horse. Let's do the ear first. Let's see. So now I just need to make sure that there's actually enough space for me to complete the entire horse. Can I do it? Can I do it? You have no flipping idea how many times I've had to delete my work on making stuff, because suddenly I realized that one of the horse's hoof is in someone's hut. That's not going to work, is it? Oh Christ. Oh well. Right, moving on. Okay, so the ear is still being constructed. They can be quick or they can be slow. That depends on how many there are in the group, obviously. Right. So when we get the roundhouses, I'm going to remove the big reed huts for sure. They're going to be dismantled. And I'm going to move away the big straw huts. So, you know, this is one of the times where I wish we had a move object option. And I do believe that someone did suggest it quite a while back. I can't remember who it was or where it was, but it was either on the forums or on Discord or both. But I can't remember who said it first of what I've been noticing. But we really could have one of those so that we don't have to dismantle when we want to move things. You know, we should be able to. Oh, hello, Goggy. What are you doing here, all alone in the world? Where are you? Where's your family? Oh, we've only been here like 2 years or so, almost 3 though, so it shouldn't be too many. Oh, well, you are old, so yeah. Yeah. They are very cute, aren't they? Very, very cute. You can see that they are working on improving the way the dogs look, or all the animals, the way they look and how they move. So they look better and better as they improve bit by bit. And there will never be many wild dogs in any map. If you have like 2 or 3, I think that absolutely is the max that I have ever seen. But I haven't really tested on the dogs for quite a while. I just normally leave them alone. But if I'm doing min-maxing of long-term survival, I might actually hunt them down if they are bigger than 8 in the packs, because they also eat your food from the wild, although it is smaller amounts than the boars. They are, you know, they are still eating it. So, but I find it a mean thing to do, because it feels wrong in our current society, doesn't it? I mean, back then you might have killed them to survive at all, but today it's weird that we do it. When it is being done, it's weird. We just have issues with it, don't we? Because to us, they are pets and family members, aren't they? Or at least to many of us. So things certainly have changed. That's no doubt about that. In basically all areas. Right, so I'm not going to do more stone things after the horse is done, because I think we're going to get closer and closer to Neo so that we can start building the monuments and the megalithic structures. Okay, I need to remove these to improve visibility, because it's kind of like in the way for my view from here. But I'm just going to do the chopping, nothing else is needed. So just Xing out gathering and cropping. I don't think I can emphasize enough to any new players: do not mess with the tribe clear task unless you know what you are doing. That's all I'm going to say. Well, thank goodness we can only see the trees on the other side where we cannot reach. Imagine if the devs had put up food there, like tons of hazelnut trees and tons of berries and tons of rose hips, and you could see the mushrooms littering the floors. I would be so grumpy if they did that. That would be so mean, wouldn't it? That is such a tease. If you're going through a famine, you go to the borders and you see the other areas drowning in food. Don't want that. Please don't do that. Oh, they're almost done with one ear. Can soon start to make another ear. Rose hips, not in season anymore. That's fine. Kinda already knew that. Yes, so I'm soon going to start chopping down the more quiet parts of the video where we don't do anything or there's no action really, so that we can fit in going to the Neolithic and getting stuff built. So yeah, it will be a little bit hopping from day 1 to day 4 or whatever. So yeah, to try to fit in everything. I should really put up these, shouldn't I? And also, yeah, make them do a bit more fishing. So I've given them tasks to build better weapons, better fishing tools for the fishermen. So now they are, you can see the fishing skills are really nice. It's almost 75%, and that's good. They look cool and rustic, don't they? Like among all the modern stuff, then you have peltarts. A whiff of the past. Don't mind that at all. Don't mind the diversity at all. Just need to pay attention to that. They are always, not always filled up. Because I just need to get more proper sleep areas arrangement then, instead of them always doing it in the pelt huts. I can do another one of these, can't I? Then they won't have to go to the pelt huts anyway. That's kind of the point of having the pelt huts fairly far away, so that it's just an emergency solution when you have nothing else. It would be great if they could make it so that people go to the highest quality first. Then it wouldn't matter where the huts were. But it isn't. It is by vicinity, and that's the way it is. I also wouldn't mind if children were allowed to go to the huts first. So there was always healthy young men, or healthy men at all, or healthy women as well for that matter, that were sleeping by the fireplace or in the open. Let the children and pregnant women and stuff have the sleeping spots first. But it is not like that yet. It might come later. We shall find out. See how much quicker they are building now than they used to. It's like boom, 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 and they're done. Very efficient. Because it has been increased, hasn't it? The building speed, repair speed, everything has been increased. And also, since the building speed has been increased, you are building for shorter and you are repairing for shorter. So in order to not have architecture skills being hampered by this, the devs have increased the learning speed of architecture, including all rudimentary skill learning from all the knowledges. So it has been tested up and down the walls to make sure that it is actually okay for congruent play, and it is. At least when I've tested it, it's been fine with just few small tweaks, nothing huge. As far as I can recall, one of the worst things were though that you could build for days and you got no skills in architecture. And you know, a peltart doesn't take that long to build. You know, it's half the day and it's done. So it needed to have something done on that area at least. So thank goodness they agreed to increase the rudimentary skill learning pace. Oh, a bit of air in the water here, but that's fine. Is that... Okay, yeah, you're good. Okay, let's let them do that as well. Oh God, I hope it's there's space enough. I think there is space enough. I think there's no space. We shall see. Oh my goodness, all the times I've had to redo everything because I haven't managed to do the scale correctly. Oh, driving me insane. My OCD is having a heart attack. Okay, so let's get that one so we can have better quality. Go, go, go. I was going to do it 5 minutes ago, but I completely forgot about it, didn't I? I only said I was going to do it, and then I didn't do it. But leave the rest. Yeah, let's get some bones to make the bone harpoons. Don't have a lot of food, do we? Need to get some foods. We have a lot of stone though. Make stone soup. Why doesn't anyone like roots? Oh, I know why nobody likes roots, because they taste horrendous. Okay, so I got one ready to go. As soon as we have enough. Then they shouldn't really use the peltars at all. We'll see. Could be some odd ones that finish their work somewhere else and then just go directly to the peltars. It could happen, because I did put a menhir there, or a temple there, didn't I? So I'm kind of asking for trouble. But we'll see. Okay, let's get rid of that tree. Blocking the view. Did I not do that one as well? Oh, I thought I had, but obviously I didn't. Fine. Fine and dandy. Okay, not far off Neolithic timeline now. Oh, and it's raining again. What a surprise. Shocker. Shouldn't it be snowing now? No, how hot is it? Oh no, it's way above. We need some minus degrees, but I guess it's way too far south and too low in the terrain to get snow. Right, let's see how things are going. Yep, the second ear is coming along. Ooh, someone is in the grave. Oh yeah, people got new names as well. So there are a mix now of female and boy names from Mesolithic history. I almost said there is a difficult. There's a difficult task to find all Mesolithic names, because we just don't know them, do we? But we did find some indications of what they should be like, so that has been done. You can see some of them are, you know, they are from different parts of Europe. Some of them are Scandinavian. I found a few Scandinavians as well. So it is from everywhere in Europe, it seems, at least in the Neolithic Atlantic Europe. But, you know, how are you going to verify it? You know, what kind of records do we have to verify it against? So it's also a plausibility work as well, isn't it? How plausible is that they were called Yrja instead of Louise, you know? There's using a little bit of logic. I bet we wouldn't find anyone called Paris back in the Mesolithic timeline. Or London, for that matter. Or Harold. Or Kent. Or Kenneth. You know, all the modern names that there is no way they had back in those days. How old are you? Yeah. 72. Still have 3 weeks to live. Bit slow, that's fine. We have one child. So we'll see now when she dies. Then we're gonna see the the funeral, because it won't be grand because it's just a hole in the ground, you know. But that's what they had back then, isn't it? Plus minus. They also did cremate. We do have evidence of that they actually did cremate all the way back in Paleolithic times. So we might get some cremation options. We'll see. We shall see. So when they do pray, you can see that their description is changing. She's saying the gods are with me. That means that she has prayed enough. She has reached her potential from the temple or this one. She's probably done the small menhir temple, because that one grounds 50%, doesn't it? So that helps a lot. Looking good. How are the years going? Going good, almost done. So I'm just gonna keep going. Let me see. I want to show you guys how the family reacts when they lose a loved one. So it is only the same reaction. For instance, if you have a family and you lose kids, it's the same reaction from family members as if it was an old one who's at the end of life, you know, a very, very old. And I think that should be changed a little bit to have a much more severe reaction where people die at a very young age. I think it is more appropriate to have a stronger reaction when people die long before they should. You know, someone who's lived, at least in our day and age, 85 years plus, we are kind of expecting them to not live very much longer, so we are kind of psychologically preparing ourselves to lose our grandma or our granddad, and as such it's not such a long-term hard-hitting grief. You know, it is, of course you will always forever miss them if you have a good relationship with them, but losing a child, yeah, that should have a very, very more hard-hitting impact, and also for a longer time. But I'm not sure it would be okay to do so, because I mean, in one in-game year you have lived like 200 historical years, so the grieving period they do have now is more correct. But it seems short because we play 1 week at a time, you know. 1 year in game is 200 historical years, so it goes without saying they can't grieve for 200 years, you know. Can't do that. Yeah, let's see, she's now dead. Let me see. Oh, she's already been buried? Dang, that was quick. Oh yeah, there she is. Oh, we missed the funerary procession because I was babbling. Christ. Okay, I'll show you guys next time instead then. Shoot me now. Gosh. See, almost done with the years. Okay, so we have 138. Oh, stone sickles, I'll go do those. 138 years left before we go into the Neolithic timeline, and the second we get migrants and they are Neolithic, I am going to accept them. I'm going to accept everything, truth be told. I'm going to get them all. With it, let's do these. It's not only for harvesting farm crop though. You can crop whatever you want with it, you know. It's used for everything. While the biface is used for cutting, but it's also one of the main ingredients for a few of the tools we are using, such as the flint spear and of course also the stone sickle. So, yep. But you know, we're not going to run too quickly out of flint cores, because the river will provide you with a nice trickle coming rushing down from the mountains. When you are out of flint cores from land, they will still be in the rivers. But the amounts will not be big enough to keep a tribe of 300 plus alive with regards to tools after year 20. That is just not going to happen. So this is why I want trading quickly, so we can have a more sedentary life. We are moving bit by bit to more and more sedentary life, but it is an incremental thing. It's not like overnight. But I didn't really think it would be overnight. But yeah, step by step, which is fine. Look how cool it looks in the dark with these rustic things. It's really nice, isn't it? I quite like it. Right. Okay, so you're good. Did I remember? Yeah, I did. These are down. Yeah, good. Can do. Okay, so, oh, hello. Oh yeah, no, it's hunting, isn't it? I don't really do hunting. But we do have a new leader. Thank you for your years, by the way, to the other one. I'll leave everything else as is. Let's see if they want to do some work. There you go. Right. Let's try to get... Yeah, I need to make the horse head. And it needs to look good. I need to get the measurements right as well. Okay, so how... Let me see, so... Ooh. Can I do it right? Can I? Am I winning? I think so. See, the eye should be... Where's the dip? Where did I put the dip? I need to wait. I can't see the dip because the dip need to be... The eye need to be where the dip is. I think. I think. So let's find out. Yay, look at me, palisades. That means we can start making thingies around our, making fences, palisades around our camp. But we're not going to do it yet. We're going to make sure that we get it around the houses and of course the monuments we're going to build. I haven't quite decided exactly how to do it, but yeah, we will find out in time. Okay, so guess what I just realized? I just realized I'm not going to have enough space for my horse. I have to move these things further down below this stone. Otherwise, my horse's hoofs are going to be in someone's hut. Just like I have done a million times before and I never learn. But I have a natural nose here. What do you call it? A natural nostril. So now I just need to add the eye. Oh, I need to be the right group, don't I? Duh. Let me see. You. So it should be roughly here. Roughly. Ish. Ear, eye. Second eye might be a little bit too close. Maybe, baby. Yeah, so it's I'm gonna have to move everything. I have to move the huts, I have to move the graveyard, I have to move my storage areas. Crikey fiddlesticks. Why do I keep doing this? My eyes. See, it's because it's gonna go way down here, isn't it? And then the legs are gonna come here, boink, and then boink, straight into everything. Flipping heck. Ah, yeah. Can't win them all. That's fine. It's fine. Okay. Yeah. I only have 2 graves available now. How many people are we? We haven't had any more migrants, but we are 58 already. So, yeah. I can probably do this one now to get more space for people to sleep in quality huts. Hopefully they will go to the quality huts and not to the belt huts, which is meh. You can see it's red. Minus 25 happiness. Mwah. Okay then. A minute. It looked like there were more than 7. Sometimes when one goes out or they go in the same time, it might look like they actually are more than they should be, but it is just for a moment because they are colliding in the doorway more or less. It has tricked me quite a few times, thinking, oh no, there's more people sleeping in here than there should be. So yeah, not too bad of a happening. I wanted the kids to sleep with their parents, but they are not. Or at least not on purpose, not planned at least. So there, how's the eye coming along? Come on guys, you only have 2 fences to do. Be efficient. I don't think I'm liking this eye. I'm gonna remove it. And try a little bit different. I wouldn't mind the eye to be, you know, like this. Can you see my mouse cursor? But it's difficult to do and I can't close it because then people can't come in to repair or build from the inside. And I also would like to put fire in the eyes. So let's see how I can do this instead. See if I can make it work. So let's see how that goes. If the angle is a bit better now. Yep. God, I can't believe I have to move all of this. But what if I overlap my horse with everything here? And then just like remove the exact things that is in the way rather than removing everything. That would be a bit interesting. Let me see, let's just do a quick... No, it's quite a lot, isn't it? Because it's going to go like down here. Maybe. We'll see. If you're making a horse as well, the same as me, don't do my mistake. Make sure you have plenty of space. Seriously. Oh, we're back to flint spears now, are we? Okay then. Oh yeah, did you, was there any boars for you to hunt? Because we are only hunting boars. Yeah, look at you. So much you've learned. Because you're smart. Never look at you. Yeah, you're smart. Knew it. Plus 60 intellect. Seriously? What the heck? 160 intellect. There's no wonder she's hunting quickly or learning really fast. Goes without saying. Okay, so that does look better. And if I add some foyer. I'm not sure how that's going to be when it's dark. Let's find out. There should not be any inaccessible issues. No denied access, please. Please, 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 please. How are we doing with sleeping spots? I think we're still okay. Yeah, just about. Let's see when it's dark how it looks. Sure, let's have some rain to drown our torches. How's that look? I'm not sure. It's very wide, isn't it? I think I have to close it off a bit. I cannot, can I? Yeah, I don't think it can be there. I need to move it. How about a proper fireplace? No, that's gonna be way too big, isn't it? Ah, way, way, way too big. Darn it. Okay, so now we have, we are just past 4K BC. That means that in theory, the next migrants that arrive could be Neolithic, and with Neolithic influence, we can build the Neolithic offerings, we can build the stone grave, we can build the menhir, and we can build, no, not yet, we need to wait a bit for more influence. We need 20% influence to build the altar, and we still can't see the last megalithic structures that is supposed to be there. I know they're there, you guys don't, but I'm telling you there are supposed to be more structures here. We have more surprises in store for us. And then when we need 40 plus 60 in architecture to do this. So 40 culture and 60 architecture. We have plenty stone working. Look, we have 3 stones. It's got to mean something. Not so superstitious at all. Let me see. Let's try that one in the middle. Oh, it doesn't feel right, does it? Oh, wait a minute. Can I do that? Wait. No. Oh, crikey fiddlesticks. I'm not sure that's going to be right either. We'll wait and see. Wait and see when night time comes. Hopefully it's not raining. It's been raining a lot here, hasn't it? Quite regularly. Oh, I can't forget to look at the food to see how they're doing. We're doing all right at the moment, aren't we? With the limits on 100, since we are quite a few people now. 62. Just let's see how this looks at night. Maybe I don't need to have the eye like that. Maybe I can just have the light and nothing else. I don't know. It feels too big, doesn't it? It doesn't feel right. No, I'm going to remove that until now. Maybe it becomes better if we do the entire horse. So there should be a nostril around here. But I can't close that nostril either, because then it won't be finished building. So let's see if we can get it done. a little bit different than that. No, there's no space to have the intricate movement you need, so there's not going to be a nostril there. We just have to use the natural ground. You can see it's darker there, so natural ground is giving us a nostril. Not quite where it should be though, but that's fine. So what can I do with the eye? What happens if I do a straight line? I cannot. Well, that's annoying. What happens if I do a line here? No, that doesn't look right. What about a straight line from here? No, that doesn't look right at all, does it? Anyway, it's time to make more of the horse. Let's do the neck. So there's also going to be some mane coming out here into the water. That would actually look quite cool. So see if we can get a bit proud angle. Not too sleek. I have a slight curve. It needs to be extremely slight. Super duper slight. At some point it also starts to go a little bit outwards. But only ever so slightly. Oh god, this is such detailed work. And then we need to get the scale right. Look how close I am to my heart's already. Crikey. Oh, not too sharp. Okay, I think that's it. Otherwise, I'm going to have to remove it all. Does that look right? I'm not sure. Kinda is looking okay. But I have to move these. Oh, gosh. Because the entire body is going to be here, isn't it? Then there's going to be legs here. 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 And here. It's going to be legs. There's going to be legs everywhere. Yep. That means I can just as well start deleting everything and moving everything away. Yep. Well, it's not like I didn't know that. I could see it fairly early, but I couldn't be arsed taking away everything to make it smaller, could I? So instead I have to do a lot more work. What the heck kind of logic is that? Come on. What flipping heck. So there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. So I'm going to take this one. So here. Here. Here and there. And of course I'm going to add a small fireplace. How many things do we have? We have 19 of those and we have 20 of those. Okay, yeah. I'm just going to let them work on it, and the more people are working on it, the more people are working on their architecture skills. So that is not a bad thing. Okay, so let's get these down. You guys can go eat somewhere else. Find a stone. Or something. So if I just get those done, and I'll unassign these so I can take them down. That one has nothing on it, but the other one does. And I need to move these as well. And of course these. But I'm going to leave this one. I have to, don't I? Because it's 1500 flipping stones, isn't it? And I have to move the graveyard, so I'm going to get on that as well after these are done. Okay, so bit by bit I'm moving my camp because I have no choice. God, is the ass going to come out in the water? No, I think it's going to be just about here where the butt is going, isn't it? Roughly like this. If I've done my scale correctly, which I have no flipping clue if I have. I'm trying to imitate the Frisian horses because they are so flipping elegant. But I'm not sure I'm winning. We shall find out. But horses are fairly easy to do, like in such a scale like this, because they're fairly clear in all their lines, aren't they? It'd be much worse doing a tiger where you needed the stripes to make it look better. Maybe I should make a tiger next. Tiger, yes I will. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, just let them work on that. So I just got my first migrants that have Neolithic influence. Eva and Helly wants to join. And when we do this, we will be able to build quite a few things. Because now we do have a few percentages of Neolithic influence in the tribe. This is now going to be cool. So we can make the Neolithic offerings. We can make the menhirs. This is a support structure to our temples. And we can make stone graves. I mean, could it be any better? Okay, so this is the horse, blah, 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 and I've started to dismantle everything. I have not dismantled the graves yet. I think I'm going to do them one by one. And I actually don't know what to do with this one. It's going to be like in the middle of the horse's belly. It's weird. I think I have to dismantle it. But I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna take away the open graves that are not in use, but I'm gonna leave the others, and I am going to move the graveyard over here somewhere. I think make actually stone graves. And let me see. Yeah. Let's do stone graves. They take raw stone though, so. And I'm going to do something that I actually find quite cool to do. I'm going to make proper headstones out of the menhirs. Yeah. So let's start a small one with, let me see, 6 of the stone ones. And we can also do 6 of the almost said the paupers' graves. They're more common graves. Yeah. So let those be built first. And as these become free, I will remove them. So I don't remove them while there's still bodies inside. It just feels wrong, doesn't it? Even though it's pixels, it still feels wrong. Okay, so I'm going to dismantle you two as well. And you two. I'm just basically have to move everything down, don't I? And I'm going to build 2 new threshers before I remove those that we already have. So they should probably go over here maybe. Perhaps outside where we plan on having the fences. Because it's going to be a big city, isn't it? It's going to be a big city in the end. Well, city. Don't know what to call. Village, big village. We have new clothes as well that we got in the patch. We have new jackets. We also have the plant fiber coat or the plant fiber cape. I see. I don't know if anyone has it though. We can see. Why can't I find a single person with it? Why are you all the way over there? Could you be any further away? Yeah, you could. You could be further away. Oh, you're working on the... So this one will never get done building because somehow they can't go in here to finish it. That also means that repairs won't be done, blah, 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 etc., etc. I might have to rethink that. If it becomes a problem, it might actually do become a problem. So I'm going to let them now see if they can finish here and let them work on this. Because this will also help them with the architecture, won't it? So that we are getting closer to architecture, the needs that we Let me see, this one is fine. We need more Neolithic here. We need 20%. And this one needs another roughly 7% architecture. And then we need another 17 at 27. God, I can't count. 37% Neolithic influence. So the 2 empty ones are being dealt with, and these are all spoken for. All of them are men. Okay then. Okie dokie. You can see the decompositioning of the bodies. You can see this one only has a few days before he disappears. And this one has a few days as well. And this one is quite fresh. Or was it this one that was fairly fresh too? Yeah, this one is quite fresh as well. Okay. Maybe I can get away with leaving these here. Probably not. But I think I can get away with... Probably not. Probably have to move this as well. Oh, look at the decay on my stones. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I have to use up the stones before they decay. You know, stone do decay. They are stored in the sun half the year plus. They do get brittle. They do, you know, crack in the sun. So for anyone who thought that no, stones do not decay, they do. They do decay in real life as well. In real life. It's like always, it's the online life and then it's the real life, you know. Yeah, it is what it is. Okay, so I'm gonna let these finish building. And then I'm gonna see what is next step on the horsey. Oh, and yeah, by the way, the policy orders has been locked, meaning we will no longer have them, you know, swapping places. So, you know, when our cognitive abilities is getting used to having labor age on top, and then suddenly when you start a new game, labor time is on top, and then you just automatically put it up to the max where you can because you think it's labor age. You're basically using top-down information to do this based on your experience, based on, you know, the habit. So I put it all the way up there. Didn't even check to read. It's just automatically do it when you start the game. And then suddenly people was threatening to leave. And they're like, what the heck is wrong with you people? Then I went to check my flipping policies. And it turns out the labor time is now on top instead of labor age. Dude. It's just no. That's a no. So I asked if we could please lock them. It would do our cognitive abilities a huge favor. So that's good. I still wanted to see if I could see any of my people with the new clothing. Maybe it's the wrong timeline. No, there it is. There she is. Look. She is having the new cloak and she's pregnant. See, this is raw plant fiber clothing. You can see they've mastered the knot technique really nicely. So I've put it on pause, we can see it a bit closer. You can see the knotting, you can see that's exactly the way it looked in the research I did as well for clothes from the Mesolithic Neolithic timeline. So it's an exact replica. Nothing here is not belonging to the timeline. So when winter comes, we can probably see the new jackets they have, which is also from congruent empirical research data. Yeah, that's going to be cool to see. How are we doing with the graves? Yeah, they're still full. What about these? Yeah, there you go, look. So these are the stone graves. And they grant architecture. They do not need any kind of maintenance. When they're built, they are built forever, and that's it, you know. So that's So we can't rely on those to keep up any architecture. We need to do the proper building and maintenance of our huts and stuff. What are you guys lacking? Are we a bit low on straw? We are, aren't we? A little bit low on straw. Okay, well, that's fine. Okay, so with these here, everything here below here can stay, but I have to take these down. Did I build the other ones? Did I not make? What the heck? I was sure I did. I did. They're over here. A bit further away than I thought they would be. I am going to Sweden to make some grains. What are they? They are also Neolithic. So if we get these, we are getting even more Neolithic influence. Well, we do need quite a bit before we can build the next things. So let's just get until we have enough to build everything. Let's see if we soon can see. No, we still can't see the last megalithic buildings. And the huge tomb. We want tomb. We want tomb. Okay, now I can take down these. You gotta go. Okay, take the product, please. Take it, thank you. It's like they're listening. They're listening to me. But what else is new? There are so many things new. It's been quite a few weeks where we have worked on this patch, and there has been a lot of tweaks to a lot of things. I'm not even sure I can remember them all. But of course, the main thing, of course, is belief. Yeah. But there's so much more. Did I mention the names? I did mention the names. Also, the meal times that has been increased to make sure that we don't stand in a queue for 14 years. Why does it look so weird? There's no alignment here. Did I just chuck him down to chuck him down? Look at this one. This one can't be like that. My OCD is having a field day here. Come on, guys. I mean, Lily. Oh, don't do it, Lily. Look at all the stone we've got. Look at this rotting. No. I need to hurry up and build. My stone is decaying. Seriously. No. Okay, should I? No, I need to do one thing at a time. I can't keep stealing people away, because look how low we are going on food now. Because I'm overdoing flipping everything. Let's see if we can finish this. Yeah, that will be done now. I'm going to wait a bit before I build more, because it's only 20 of those left. Do I have to do this one though? I think I might be able to get away with not doing it, but I have to do all of these. I can just as well get it done, you know? Get it done. When it's done, it's done. So I should probably... I have no idea where to put them, because I need to figure out, because I'm going to do the palisade around the entire camp. It's going to be a huge palisade. I can't do that. I think I have to focus on doing the palisade around where I'm going to build the monument and the roundhouses, which is down here. So I think I can get away with just moving it a little bit this way. What do you think? I can do that. Yeah? Oh, oops, of course. Duh. Really, Lily? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, so let's have the leathers here. Get some speed. And of course the fine sticks, which are plentiful here. That means you gonna have bones. You're gonna have fiber. We might need to make another one for fiber if we have lots of fiber coming from the flax farms, which is fairly likely. What else do I need to move? Gosh. You and you, these these as well gotta go, but those for sure. I might actually be able to get away without moving these. Maybe no, no, I don't think so. I think I have to move those as well. But let's do one step at a time. Okay, so these two are now empty. That means I can take those away. How are we doing with straw? 70, okay. And all of these are done. Yeah, good, 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 good. Yeah, they just can't finish that one because they can't get inside. They might be a little bit too overweight. Might have to remove that one in order to be able to do it. I think I just have to do it in order to build this one, because this one is better for the overall than this one. You have to make sacrifices. You can still see it's the flipping ears though, can't you? It's not like you need each and every line to be able to figure it out. 120-ish before I can build it. Another straw hut. Okay, so there's only one pit now with all the food, so but you can see with how many people do I have? 77. Oh my goodness, we're year 4 and we're 77. Gosh, imagine year 20. Dun, dun, dun. No, but if we go above 200, I am going to, if I cannot defend that amount of people in this locality or with the way things are going, I am going to put a migration stop and or a controlled famine. I don't like doing the controlled famines, but I have an agenda. I need to stay long enough to build everything to show how it is and how it works. So far into year 4, it does help with prayers, definitely, because not too many people are threatening to leave at all. I don't think I've had a single person threatening to leave. Oh gosh, did I take away all the praying off things? Because suddenly people are getting grumpy. Shoot. I'm just going to throw down a Neolithic and a Mesolithic of the praying stuff so people have somewhere to get a bit of comfort. Because I removed it, didn't I? I took it away. But there you go. So just quickly build those so people can get rid of their own rest. Because not everybody has a place to sleep. Okay, so that's the Neolithic. You can see the difference between the Neolithic and the Mesolithic. The Neolithic, of course, is more modern with more of the pottery goods, while the Mesolithic has a little bit more of the natural things that was more common back then. So now they can go and pray there and get some peace of mind. Yeah, it's good. Let's see, how long do these have left? Yeah, a few days for that one as well, and this one has a few days extra, a day and a half, I reckon. So they last roughly a small in-game year or so before they are decomposed completely for a new burials to take place. 150, 99. Go pray so that you're not angry for sleeping out in the open. Come on, guys. Come on. I'm going to put the menhirs as gravestones. If I let this group do it, it'll be a good idea. So these have different sizes though, so not all have the same size, which is good. I think I'm asking for a little bit much here. Asking for a little bit much to be built. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see if we can do it. They are not like super duper expensive. They are 1,000. I mean, it's nothing. I used to make several of these monuments in the same area with like 16 of these. the previous minis we used to have before they were functional. So it's not like I can't handle 6. Come on. Come on, you can do it, Lily. You can do it. I'm also going to do the horse in a bit. Have they moved everything now? There's still a few things laying around. But yeah, they are moving some of them, at least. You can see some of them have been moved. But they're not very quick, are they, with moving anything? Perhaps I shouldn't have deleted these. That would have helped, what do you think? Yeah? It would have made a difference. Oh, dude. So there you go. That'll do it. They will finally move it. Without me accusing them of being lazy, because that's not the case. It's me being senile. That is the case. Okay, let me see what you are. 150. They are a bit slow on this straw, are they not? Where's my straw? Gatherers, not you. Oh, yeah. But you're only 4 people. Okay, sorry. I'll put you on 8. That'll do it. So there might be a little bit you dealing with things here. You can be 10 and you can be 10. Can't forget to up it as your population grows, because I don't think I've changed them since they were like 50. So I'm also going to place flowers around their graves, because I think that is so cool. And the flowers I'm going to place around are flax, because they have these beautiful lavender colored flowers when they are growing, and it's so pretty. I did a screenshot, you can see, with headstones, the menhirs that I use as headstones, and then 2 of the spots in front of the headstones I made into farmland with flax, and it actually turned out really cool, to be honest. Okay, so now that we are in autumn, we should be able to see the new jackets for some of the Mesolithic members, and let's do a bit of horse. So you see the jackets are different, they have a different cut to them, and they also have ornamental patterns. You can see the difference in style. So they are basically leather turned the other way around, and then adorned with some scrape patterns, and also of course some of the more intricate adornments that we started to get during the Neolithic. See, not everyone has it though, it is random, but there's always someone who does have it. So I would like to have more of them changing, but maybe next season they will. I just find it really, really cool to look at. I find them really beautiful, actually. They are very pretty. Very, very pretty. It's a pity there's so few of them who has the jacket. I would like more. Or maybe they will get to change still, because it's still fairly early. Still late autumn. So some people might want to change their clothing tomorrow or the week after. So how are we doing with these 2? Yeah, that one is roughly 1.5 sleep left, and that one has roughly 2-3 sleeps left. But we can accommodate whatever is needed on this side here, because these are all available at the moment. There are much more changes. I just need to remember them as I go along. I think the most important part that was done was making sure that we actually could survive with over 200 population long term, more than 20 years in the same locality. So basically, step by step, we are getting closer to managing a sedentary life for more than 10, 20 years. But you of course need to use your groups right and to adhere to the environment as well, and not like I have seen people chalk down 20 farms when they have less than 50 people in the tribe. That's a no-no. How are you going to defend 20 farms? It's not going to work, is it? Yeah, so slow and incremental is kind of what I've always been saying. Slow and incremental, bit by bit. I showed you in the play along how quickly it got really titty up if we just accepted and built without using our heads, like accepting absolutely everything that could walk, talk, and walk, talk, and crawl of migrants. It was overpowering me. In the end, we just had a famine, didn't we? We had a flipping famine. We didn't lose too many because I made drastic arrangements to drag us back into to living. But I have seen so many tribes just wither and die because people are choosing to build too much too quickly. So you might say that, okay, but Lily, you are slow. I'm not slow. I am playing by need. Big difference. Just saying. Just saying. Oh, you can see the shadow from the monuments under the ground is coming through the graves. You can see the shadow. Because they are, of course, starting on the ground, aren't they? Because you see these graves does not have it. Just these who have the headstones that does have it. But when they are filled, it won't show. So then it is covered, isn't it? So do I have 200? I do have 200. Well, let's get this done. Let me see. Let's get a little bit more. Let me see. Is it this here? It's better than it was, wasn't it? Ish. Better-ish. I'm going to let them finish this and then I'm going to let them do the fencing, and this will just have to come bit by bit. Because it is, after all, only 3 people doing it anyway. How are we doing with the food? Yeah. Oh, we are not eating up all that, so I could... Oh, wait a minute. It's going to be eaten up now, isn't it? Because the harvest is almost over. You can see it on the rot. That people are now going to go and eat up whatever's there. I'm going to take away these 2. And I'm going to instead add a few pits over here. Where they are. Let me see. 1, 2, and 3. And I'll do a few here as well. I'm going to divide the nuts and the rose hips on these 6 so that we have 1, 2, 3 lines for each pit, because we're getting up to the number of population now where they will be standing for hours in a long line unless you are playing a bit smarter and allowing them to... Oh, why did I do that? I wasn't going to do that. That's not what I wanted to remove. I wanted to see if I should start removing these, but I think I'll wait a bit. I'll wait a bit longer and see how it goes. But I'm going to divide the 2 staples a bit better than I am at the moment, because now we are so many people. Are we closing up to 80? Yeah, we are 83, so it's time to make some measurements to avoid the queues and to avoid any kind of starvation start at all. Because if you get starvation, people get the starvation bowl, they are becoming sick. And when you have this sickness, it takes several days to get healthy again. And if they don't eat 2 full meals per day, they will take ages to get better. And as the day goes by and they're using their body and wearing themselves out, they are dropping in health again because they don't have enough food. So, yeah, let's take this one away because it's empty. So we need to be really careful so we don't create basically a famine, or that people are dying from starvation due to the queues. I call the pits, before the devs fix them, I call them killer pits, and it's not wrong, and they still can be killer pits if you only have one pit with the food type with so many people that we have now. It is not the way to go. People will stand around for hours on end and be more and more hungry. So yeah, let's avoid that. Right, let me see. Let's see how they are forming, coming out of the ground. This is quite cool, isn't it? That you don't necessarily need to use them as they are intended. You can have a little bit artistic freedom with them. And you know, to be honest, these kind of megalithic structures were also used in like the places where you had specific either rituals, rites, or like Stonehenge. I mean, how much different theories are there about Stonehenge? You know, we can allow ourselves to have a little bit of theorizing about how these megalithic structures were used as well. So using them to mark where loved ones are buried is certainly not far out at all. It definitely belongs to the possibilities that we can get from the research that has been done. We do have these in burial places. We have them for ritualistic purposes. We have them for burial purposes, for more than one thing. So we are fully within our rights to play around in the Mesolithic era and Neolithic era with these without moving away from what is actually congruent. So I feel totally fine doing this. Totally. Totally fine. I feel fine doing anything. I also feel fine making a Frisian horse that didn't exist back then. But artistic freedom, yay! We are allowed. Nobody's supervising us. Oh, you're empty. I'll take you away then. Yep, good. Okay, that was the last grave then. Is there anything left here? No, I don't think so. I do not think so. Okay, let's see how this horse is gonna go. Let's see when we take the... Oh wait, I need the right group. Always get the right group. Right, so let's see, where are we? So now it's gonna be like... And the bum is gonna be roughly over here-ish. Does that look right? God, it's going to be like a giraffe horse. What the heck, Lily? Okay, let's not lose it. Don't lose your shit, Lily. Keep it together. Okay, let's do a little bit of continuation here. We need to not have it too sway back, because that's the sign of an old horse. Younger horses do not have that back sway normally. Well, not in that degree at least. Is this wrong? I don't know. I do not know. So we need to slowly start to move a little bit upwards before we're also going a little bit down again. We need longer. A little bit. Let me see. I need to... Yeah, longer. Need to get the full picture so we don't just... And then it needs to be a small bump, and then we need to go down. And the way I want the foot is trotting off. So trotting is what I want this horse to do, because that's what Frisians do, and they are so elegant. It's fantastic to watch. Just need to make sure they actually get a bump instead of just a lump. Let me see. And fairly low. God, the angling is not easy. Is that too much? Let's have a look. Not too much. No, I think this actually is okay. And then we need a little bit out, not too much. 15 degrees perhaps. Then we need a little bit angled like this. This is supposed to be a code. I'm not sure what it's called in English, but in Norwegian it's koda. At the end of the horse's foot, right before the hoof or the bones. Or what's it called? The thingy that your nails is made from. Gosh, I can't even remember. Okay, I'm going to leave it like that for now. Let them work on that and see how it looks. I might have to delete it if it's not making sense. I'm going to leave it like that. It looks a bit odd. It looks a little bit weird. Hey, we'll find out. We'll just have to wait and see. I would like this fencing as well to be stones, so there's going to be a lot of stone things. If I don't have to move this, I'm just going to keep the stone on here. You can see we have tons of stone, and look, the decay. You can see the decay slowly creeping. And we haven't even been here a decade yet, and it's already like that. Damn. Yeah. So it is roughly a small decade for a stone to decay. And if you're going to gather everything in one go, before you start building, for instance, the biggest structure, you will have decay on your hands. So I don't recommend that you hoard 10,000 stones. It's just, yeah, it will rot in front of your eyes. I recommend that you do it intermittently, so that you let people have either an open limit with few people gathering stone, or you gather only a few thousand at a time and then put people to work and use them up, place them where they should be. So look how quick they are. So I'm gonna see what kind of size I want. I would like different sizes. So some I'm gonna stop before they are fully grown, and I'm gonna see if I can get different sizes on them, because that is also something you can do, because these monuments, they will not decay when they are built. Whatever is built on them will stay the way it is forever. These monuments are meant to last forever. So, and that's what they are doing. Just saying. I think the head is okay. The size on the head is okay. Need to consider the neck. It needs to be proud, so we need to come a little bit straight, and then we need the muscle of the, I don't know what it's called in English, but in Norwegian it's called bringe. And then the leg needs to come out here in a very elegant posture. Yeah, no, it's going to go down here. I need to move it. I need to move it. I need to move it. Let me see. So these are all good. Yeah, they can stay. You can stay. They look the same, don't they? I never noticed that they actually look the same before. They look the same. Ish. They look the same. Ish. So that means I have to take these down. Well, it's got to be done. It's not like all 28 people in the straggler group will be working on 6 monuments. So they can take the time to take away these. And we of course need to place the storage areas somewhere else. Oh, and I can't forget to build back up the pelt tanners. Duh. I need to remember to do that as well. Actually, I should be smart and do it immediately. Knowing me, I would forget it. And I wouldn't realize until I understood that. We don't have any leather left, so we can't do any threshing. What happened? I'll tell you what happened. You forgot it. So there. Okay. Ta-da. Now, crisis averted. Let's get up one of these as well. There you go. Ta-da. So they like to eat inside the huts, which is fine. God, we have too little food. Oh my word, we're going to have a famine. I need to do some drastic stuff here. I'm going to up these. Some of them will be fishing with their hands, but that's fine. And you guys, I'm going to stop doing that, and you are instead going to go get the last fruits. Okay, so there's no more hazelnuts, but there is mushrooms and berries. There should be a few berries as well. And you guys need to go get more of the roots. Go. You guys can stay. Actually, could probably take a few of the goats and the sheep, but not the small ones. Just to do the grown-ups, not the smaller ones. But do you have enough weapons? You have 2 of those, and then you can use wooden spear for the rest. While you guys have 12 of the bone harpoons. Then you will have to use the wooden spears for the rest. Oh, they will probably steal the flint spears, won't they? The fishermen have no shame. Gosh, see, this is what happens if you don't pay attention. I do it all the time. And just suddenly realize, oh, 4 food left. Da, da, da. People are starting to complain. They're hungry. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Crisis is averted. Indeed. Oh, guess what I did not remember to do? I did not remember to turn down the wild produce after the panic for famine was over. What the heck? Oh, okay. Yeah, let's oh, it's 1,000. It should be 100. See, this is bad. We can't have this limit. It's causing me to do errors. Come on. It's supposed to be 100. Oh my word. I thought I'd left one of them open to just pick whatever they wanted, but of course I haven't done that. I don't really do that. Oh, okay. Yeah. And you guys are going to stop hunting those poor goats. Seriously, but you are going to go back to do the boars only. Sorry. There you go. Take care of what you have. There probably isn't any boars. No. But that's good. We don't want the boars. They eat way too much. How are you guys doing? So I've paused this one because I want to see how this one turns out. Because maybe these 3 can be fairly equal in size. All these are fairly equal but a bit higher in size. Or a bit different. A bit of a diversity here. We'll see how it pans out. See, Horsey, how are you doing? I think this might be okay. I don't know. It might be okay. We will find out. Okay, so the back seemed to have the right angle according to my eye, but it needs to be the right angle to be the right angle. See, that makes sense. See, I'm so logic. How are we doing with the fencing here? We should take care of. Okay, there's only that little part left. I'll take those as well, because they are kind of going to be trampled on by the horsey. And I'll move these. Oh gosh, that's going to be so much work, isn't it? Why do I keep forgetting to put it on proper square? Six. What's wrong with you? No, I know there's not enough tools for chopping, so if people can stop using the flipping axe for cutting and use the smidgens flipping biface instead, which is what you're supposed to do, then we wouldn't have this issue. Ta-da-da-da-da. Ta-da. So the stones are going to be needed in much more amounts than that. So I'll just as well add another few sections for stones alone. You and also you. There you go. Okay, I think that should be it. I think I've made space now for the entire horse, haven't I? I think I have. So I need to make sure that the legs, the front legs of the horse is one here and one there. That's the only way I can make this work. Otherwise my horse will be lumpfoot. Look, that's quite a lump to have on your foot. So I need to, let me see, one in front and one in the back. Okay, it might look a little weird. I don't mind diversity. It doesn't have to be A4, you know? We can draw a little bit outside the lines. We are allowed to. It is normal. All is normal that we decide is normal. Okay, so the eye looks alright with only those two. They just need to be placed in the right place. And I think they are fairly high up, perhaps. Maybe should be a little bit further down. I can adjust that afterwards. I just need to make sure that I actually have got this right. So if we look at it straight ahead, then it will be blah blah blah, and the belly, and one leg there and one leg there. Yeah, I think this is going to be okay. Gonna have to make the legs a little bit apart here, but hey, it is what it is. Can't fight with nature. There's a huge boulder there. Actually, there's a few huge boulders around here that I can do nothing about. And this is the time where I would really like to have one of those sledgehammers, you know. Hi, horse. You're fairly young. You have a sibling, yeah? You have a brother? And a fairly old dad. And a fairly old mum. How many kids do the... yeah. They only got 2 kids. Yeah, she got 2 kids. One after the other. That's fine. They're all already over halfway on these. They are quick. And if I place offerings, that people can stay there and pray, and it also looks like they are mourning, or you know, oh, this is in use. Old man, old woman. Okay. Yep. I really should be making more huts. Good night. Not too close to the graveyard, but I also need to not have it too far either. I'm not sure how that's going to look. We'll find out. It doesn't have to be exactly on the dot, does it? We can have a little bit crooked here and a little bit crooked the other way. We're not doing city planning as such. Making it a little bit more unorganized as such, it actually adds a bit to its beauty, in my opinion. Not letting OCD decide everything I'm going to do. Can't have it like that. Yep. Not enough tools for chopping. Okay, so how old is he getting? 63 is going flipping strong for that age, isn't he? Oh, is that? Yeah, it is. This is wheat growing. I'm kind of hoping we are getting some migrants soon that has the agriculture knowledge, because of course we have played for almost 700 years, historical years, without getting any agriculture. But of course it's only the last 250 or so that we had the ability to get any agriculture. So whatever we were born with in the tribe, of course, has been lost when their knowledge holder died, and there's no way we could practice it, basically because we were not in the right timeline. So I'm just waiting for a migrant that has any agriculture knowledge in order to be able to build farms and farmers groups. So you can see it's not much you need, it's just a sliver of agriculture, like a few percentage. So that's kind of all we need. So I'm just kind of hoping we're getting more migrants. How is the horses doing? The horsey. Yeah, still got a fair bit to go. I'll just leave them to it. Still need more. Still need more of the houses, because there are plenty of people that is not having a place to sleep. Yeah, to sleep in the open. Yeah. Let's get some more huts down. Can do. So nice. What are these doing? I'm gonna pause this one. Let's see how these turn out. These have a variation, but I think it's only a few variations. I can think of 3 that I have seen, I think, or maybe it's just 2. Well, we're building 6 now, so then we will quickly find out. Because this is one. This is one, I think. This is another one. I'm not 100% sure. We will find out. What do we have here? Oh, those 3 and 3 of those. I guess we could, probably should, make another haystack roughly here. And then add a few of these for some of the other produce as well, and not only the big staples. A few with berries, and also some mushrooms. And we really should get a basket up for the lovely honey. There you go. Oh, I need to make dryers again, don't I? Because I tore them down. Yeah, I forgot about those. Where do you guys want to be? You can be here, can't you? Or not? Or now? How about like that? That's fine. I'm probably going to move them afterwards anyway. This is where I talked about earlier, that I wanted an option to move things instead of just... Oh wait, I already have one for honey. Duh. Forgot about that one. Okay, so that this one can be fish then. Then I need another one. For raw meat. And you can be not blocking the entrance, that's for sure. You can be there. See? Because I moved those as well. Or I deleted those to... Oh yeah, I need to move, I need to move the storage area too, don't I? Duh. Let's get some speed. Working in the dark. Where is it? It's over here, isn't it? There you go. wheat for you, and flax for you. Come on now, migrants. We need someone with agriculture knowledge, please. Pretty please. They got still a way to go. Yep. Lacking plant fibers. Let's see, is that yours? You can have a few more people, I guess. You don't necessarily need it, I think. But there you go. You guys do not need it. I think these guys needs to be up because now we have 12. When I'm done building these big straws, then we'll have 12 of those. Why are you guys only doing those two? What is this? Ah, no, it's the it's the builders that I placed to gather some of the more rare staples when we were having too little food. I just forgot to put them back, but they're back now. Well, it's not like we have too little stones. Come on. We have plenty of stones. Okay, so one for fish and also that one for... There you go, one for meat, one for fish. Are you lacking rope? Of course you are. Oh, of course you are. Because I built a ton of huts. So the rope had feet to walk on. So I need to make the tail a bit into the river, but you can't make it too far into the river. How far can we go into the river? Let's have a look. I don't think it can go very far. See, that's all we can do. But it can come out here. We could make the tail part of the river, you know. Be a little bit artistic. It might look really weird though. I can't tell for sure. It could be nice and it could be absolutely ridiculous. We will find out. This is why we experiment, to figure out new stuff. Okay, let's do some intense playing. I'm going to let them build in peace. Just got to keep an eye out for the food so I don't fall in the same trap again. It is so quickly done when you have these limits that you put on stuff. You need to keep a stronger eye on the amount of food, because when you are over a season and you basically only harvest enough for 2 meals or 1 meal per day, when you go out of season, then you no longer get that meal per day from what you have put up on the limits on the food. And then, yeah, needless to say, there will be no food when they're out of season. So you need to pay attention to that as well, to up the ones that are in season for 100 people. I was kind of hoping I would have agriculture by now, so that I didn't have to rely so much on the wild food. Because the longer you rely on the wild food, the shorter amount of time you can stay if you are being really unlucky with your cultivated yield, because you can't then fall back on the options you might have for wild yield. So fishing will stay only 2, even though we have 114 people. How do we get so many people? Damn. Anyway, I want agriculture. I need to, maybe I should reload the game and try to get more migrants. It is random though. It's completely random. I once went 7 years without a single flipping migrant. That was torture, because I think I lacked some skill levels. I just couldn't get up. I was too slow when I was playing by need. It was before any of the really good tweaks came to the knowledge pace, learning pace. So I was struggling a little bit with a slow meso, learn by need only, and skill by need only, build by need, play by need. So these look different. That is good. And this one is taken as well. 74, that's a good age. The oldest I've ever had was 78, and I have no idea how I managed that. I managed it once and I've never managed it again. Could have been a bug as well. Normally, the average for me is 72-ish, between 72 and 75-ish. And sometimes when you have good fitness, they can be 76 as well. So yeah, yup. I'm gonna leave them to it. We are year 6 now. So I've cut so much that we are not using 6 hours for 6 years. We need to cut it in half several times as well. We probably need to cut it even more, because I do want to build at least one of all the megaliths that we have added, and go over the usage and, you know, explain things. So I do like so far that we have this option to soothe our people, especially in the times when we are migrating or we don't have enough materials to build what we want to build immediately. And with large tribes, chalking down a few spiritual temples for people to pray is going to be a huge help. Why are you thinking about leaving? Oh, where is your net relative? Flippin' heck, that's not what I wanted to do. Where did he go? Shoot me. Yeah, I don't know you don't. I know you don't like the fireplace for sleeping. Was it you that lost a loved one? No? No. There's plenty space, so I don't know why they're slow burying her. Is it perhaps locked in a hut? It could be. Well, you should crawl in and get her. Her. Let's do one with berries and one with mushrooms as well. I don't think we have that. We only have these two, don't we? Yeah, we do. We do. So where's the one that was... no, that's an old one. Where's the dude that was complaining about his relative not being... Was it you? No, you're just complaining about the fireplace. Sleeping... Was it you? There you go. This one. I need to check. Let me see. So is it your... No, it's not yours. Is it yours? I'm confused. Where is Nilda? There you go. Where is she? Oh, there she is. Guys, you need to carry her to the grave. Are you guys really that busy? See, it is a communal task, the burial of the dead. They're supposed to do it during their work hours. So they can't be so busy that they actually can't bury her. That's not good, because everyone will be unhappy. So if we check the unhappiness... Oh, where's the unhappy face? Of course I can't see it now. Duh. No. Oh, they will probably take her soon. Sometimes they are a bit late if they are really busy, but it's one of the things that should be prioritized, that you are burying the dead fairly quickly, or at least as quickly as you can. So those two are stopped. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine and dandy. I'll just leave them to it for a bit. Okay, so we still have no flipping migrants that will bring us any lovely agriculture. But they're done with that part of the horse, so I'll I'll let them create more soon. You see this one here looks to be a perfect size, doesn't it? For a headstone, doesn't it? So I'm going to leave that one like that. Wait a minute, men here. Which one is it that is complete? This one. Oh my goodness! Look, it's done. This one is done. But check how it looks. I don't think I've seen this variation before, and I've built quite a few of these while I was testing it. So that one is different. That one is different. That one is different. They are all different for now. We can lock them. We can stop them at any you know, height or grade that we want. And I actually quite like that. So now I'm going to see this one. I'm going to stop. It looks good. I'm going to check how this one turns out. But the rest actually looks really cool, doesn't it? They have this variation that I really like. But yeah, we are in a little bit of an issue here. We are going to get an issue if we can't get agriculture soon. We might actually have to migrate in order to get a fresh start on the food, because we have been here. It just tipped over to 7 years. So yeah, we kind of do want agriculture somehow to come to us. Also, there is very little point granting the agriculture knowledge to any Meso tribes or Mesis timeline starting tribe when it will take more than a generation to reach 4000 BC, which is where you will start to get Neolithic migrants. Anything before that is just why? There's no point, because we cannot do any kind of agriculture except wild harvesting. We cannot cultivate any of the crop we have before 4K BC at earliest, because that is when the Neolithic farming revolution started, at least with us here in Neolithic Atlantic Europe. So there's absolutely 0 point granting everyone before 4K BC any agriculture knowledge. There's no point. But of course, we all start with equal sets of knowledges. We all have 10 knowledges, but it's just weird that it shows in the knowledge of the tribe when we can't use it. So those who start in 10K BC, they will have agriculture knowledge in their tribe. That doesn't make sense. Sorry, it does not make sense. I can't believe I haven't thought about this before. It must be because I never really play long enough in the Meso at the moment to check out these things. But yeah, here we are. And I do think that this is something I should mention to the devs. See if they agree, or if it's too much hassle to take it away. But yeah, I find it's no point having agriculture knowledge unless you are within a generation of 4K BC from the Mesolithic timeline, that is. So there. I think that is a rather clear point. Is everyone having a place to sleep? I don't think so. God, why are we so many? I have so many. I have, okay, not that many, only 9 more women, but I think a lot of them are young. And very fertile. Just saying. They're happily snuggling in their huts. Look at this one. I don't think this one is going to be very huge. I think it's going to be something like this one. Can you see it? So, but that's fine. I'll leave it like that. Oh, hello. Damn. Oh, we can create these things, But unfortunately, none of them will grant us agriculture. Hot dang! Okay, but let's get a bit of food then. Let's get an oven and stuff. I mean, it can't hurt while we wait, can it? It's not like, oh, I need to get mud, don't I? Duh. I don't like that the mill is asking for a fine raw stone, but it does make sense that it has a fine raw stone. I just don't like it. I don't like it. Let me see. So you can... you're not that busy, are you? Or maybe you are. Okay. You are less busy, or you should be less busy, to be honest. You can get some mud. There you go. Okay, so at least we can build, you know, these structures. That's odd. That's really odd. The page is not updating. You can see there's a small sliver of red in the Atlantic Neolithic culture requirement. So we should not, in theory, have access to this yet. So I think there's a slight delay in the update. You do sometimes have that, a little bit of a delay. It happens. I'm going to make a basket for the flour as well. There you go. I'll make a basket for the bread afterwards, but it's not like the bread is going to be laying around for long. It is kind of something that people eat up fairly quickly. They love bread. Who doesn't love bread? Come on. Come on. I can't believe this one is done. Look how tiny it is. I actually quite like that. This one is nice and round. This is special as well. I like this. I really like the diversity. I really, really do. Yeah. I think that if we don't get any agriculture migrants within 3640 now, within 3k, I think we need to migrate, because we are now 141 population and we've been here 7 years, and we kind of have been living off the wild produce for 400 more years than we actually should. Plus minus, of course, because not all the areas got agriculture at the same time. But where we are, we should have it by now. I'm pretty sure of that. So I'm not lucky with the migrants at all, am I? Not in the slightest. Well, they have tons of kids, but we get no agriculture from them. And the reason why we managed to get enough Neolithic influence in the tribe to build the oven and the mill is just because that our Neo child became 2 years old in the tribe, and hence it tipped over the scales for the percentage of Neolithic influence that we needed in the tribe to get it. Nothing more mysterious than that. So this means that you could be a little bit unlucky, like if you are on the threshold of getting enough Neolithic influence by birth, or well, however you get it really, and you tip over to what you need for Neolithic objects to be built at that level, say 20%, and then one of your Neolithic tribe member dies from old age, and then you dip under again. It could be a little bit of a rundowns there. I did test this and it did happen, but it wasn't anything that was like deterring from the gameplay. It was just meh. And then one birth later it was back. You know. What's the wrong with you? Is it food? No, you're hungry. You're nothing super hungry. Go eat, dude. Seriously. Anyway, I'll leave them to it for a bit. Just let them finish this grave, and then I'm gonna continue the horse. Okay, this one is almost done. Then I need to build more. You can see my stone after how many years? 1200 years is decaying away. That means that these are just going to start needing repairs soon as well, which is fine. Nothing I did not expect. It doesn't look too bad now, but of course we're lacking the proper hoof, and it will come up here, and then they will come out of foot here, and then it's the belly, of course, and then 1 foot here, and of course I have to put 1 foot here, so it'll be like a sort of parade horse. It will be parading to not collide with the boulders here. Well, it is what it is. It will be great. Did you guys make a squircle, by the way? Did any of you watch my play-alongs where we had the squircles? The squircle was cool. That's a new design. Never have I ever built a squircle before. We can say we have. Okay, so 3, 6, 13. Where are my migrants? Why am I not getting migrants? How many years ago since we got migrants? It's been years and years. We're supposed to get agriculture now with the migrants. Come on, game. Oh, don't do it. So when I'm stopping playing for today in the evening, if I'm lucky in the morning and restart my game again, I could get a different seed so that I actually do get some flipping migrants with agriculture knowledge. I think it would go without saying that you should more or less have agriculture knowledge with people who come from this Neolithic timeline. I mean, we are the newcomers, so we are the ones who need it. It's so selfish of them to not give it to us, I think. I think it's fair and square to say that. In my world, it's fair and square. Oh, not entitled in the slightest. Not even a smidgen. Okay, let's see. So I was yelling at my people earlier because they are using the flipping axe for cropping when that is only a 50% increase, while I have tons of the stone sickles, which is 100% to crop. So why the earth are they not using those instead? Maybe I need to make more. Maybe that's where the problem lies, because we are so many people now, aren't we? How about 100? Oh, those can stay 50, because I will go by the decay of what I have rather than the amount of tools I have. So you can see, if you see the decay is fairly high. So of course now they will make more, and then the decay will go down, but then you will lose one here and lose one there. So roughly roughly 3/4 left, and you can have roughly 1/3 to a half of the raw materials of what you need, or even less. Like for instance the axes, since I only have one axe, I only have one fine raw stone income, and that is now competing with this one. But it takes quite a long time before any of them need any repairs. Like this one, how many years have we had this one? We've had this many years. So that is a few hundred years, isn't it? So the decay is actually correct and actually quite realistic and good. So I'm not going to complain or say anything bad about that in the slightest. I'm just yelling at my tribe for taking the first of all the hunter's tool to fish with. That's a really, guys. And then they're taking the only axe there is, so the tree chopping can't get done, when they could have done either 50 of these. It still is 25% more cropping ability than the flipping axe, or these, which is 100% cropping ability. So they don't always choose correct, to be honest. But then again, if the tools are too far away, they will just take the closest that is doing the job, kind of like we are doing today, isn't it? In many areas. I can't fault them for doing that. We are doing the same, but it is annoying because I only have one axe. Uno axo. Is that a word? Uno Axo? No, 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 no. Well, it is now. We just invented a new word. No, it's probably anything in the world, somewhere in the world. Uno Axo means something. It might be something we don't like, though. Okay, let's not dwell. Let's not dwell. Let me see. These are in season now, so yeah. Oh God, do I have I left anyone open? I must have left something open because of any. Oh yeah, I see. Dude, that is just wrong. There you go. That is way too much. Way. Oh, and these need to go down as well. Oh, I forgot to take them down after I was worried about the famine. So there. Yep. That's good. Okay, so my oh, I need to put back rationing again. Oh my God, they've gone weeks with rationing. Ooh la la, not good. Well, a few sleeps they can easily handle, even 4 or 5 even. But I think it's been like 8 sleeps now, where I put it on rationing to avoid people dying from being hungry. Oh, what are you? Are you just a birch? You are a birch. You can go. Don't want you in the middle of there anyway, sorry. Sorry. Some trees are just nice, you know, a few between the houses, but not when they are blocking my view. I'm probably going to take these as well. Okay, so now they are done with this one as well. Right, so these two are the same. They are the only two that are actually completely done, while the others have been paused. So if I take away this, it looks quite okay, doesn't it? Quite nicely. I think I'm going to make a nice fence around it. Use up some of that stone before it brittles away. I'll see if I can do something a bit special about this. What if I do this? Does it look weird? Or is it actually a little bit cool? I'll see what that looks like. It might be a little bit... oh, did I put it on tribe responsibility? Okay, I didn't make too many. Should be alright. I think... Me thinks. Maybe I should only have it halfway up. The fence, I mean. Like we pause them when you see there are stones there. How do you think that will look? That might look a little bit cool. Maybe. Maybe. You should make sure they don't overdo the building. Yeah, so this one needs to be paused now. And this one needs to be paused. This one still needs to be built. So there's still nothing there. Well, I did make one there. Oh, well, it's red. How far are you going? You guys should not collide. But you are. Why? Okay, I think this one is too long. I'm going to do that and then do them, let them meet in a different way. Maybe that'll do it. Because I've tried this before, but with full fences, and it did work. Let's just see if that sorts it. Is it still showing us? Oh, no, there it is. It was some kind of collision there with the connection point between the megalithic structure and the stone wall. It does happen. It really, really does every now and then. It could be the angle did not snap properly and then it didn't work. So you are gonna be there and you're gonna be there. Easy. So why do the pause not show? Okay, now I'm confused. I am officially confused. Because now it's gone again. No, it just does not like to be put in with the megalith. But the others have no problem. It's the big one that does not like it. Annoying. Okay, what if I go outside the snap point? Just looks weird, doesn't it? What a pity! Okay, we need to make it equal then, so I'm gonna take away this. I'm gonna leave each side on these two open. Makes it a little bit more, you know, uniformed. Okay, so let's just get a bit more of these. Is that too long? So nice. They're so quick on the building. I need to pause, otherwise they will have carried 15 stones already. Dang. It is creepy that you can see it like glowing in the night into the hole. It's some kind of reflection of the light when it's night, and it's really creepy. Don't like that at all. It's scary. It's scary. See, if I had farmlands, I could have placed some flowers here, but no farmlands for us. Oh, halt. 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 They are so quick. So quick. Done. If I had farmland, I would plant some flower here. Farmland instead of stones. But the big one does not want to give space. It takes up the area the stone fence needs to be, so it doesn't want to do it. So that makes sense though. Yep. I'm gonna get a few more houses for people because people are still unhappy that they're sleeping out in the open. So I should really... Oh, which ones was it that I put it on? These. Let them go get the mud. Then I'll place down some round houses because we got them with Neolithic improvement. I also would like to finish or continue on the horse So, what should we do with the tail? Any suggestions? Shall we let it go out in the water and then come back out on the other side a little bit? It's a little bit too fantasy though, isn't it, that it has this insane tail? It doesn't really do that, does it? It doesn't really go that far at all. Let's just wait a bit. Let's just wait a bit. I need to figure out how to do this. The legs are going to be so weird in front, unless I can manage to make them somehow elegant, like the Frisian horse is. I just need to find a way to make it look all right instead of weird. It could easily look really weird, you know. Don't want that. Well, I am weird, but I wanted to look a bit less weird. So, let me see. Let's do some... We could probably fit the tail, just a nice little swing. A little up and then down. And then get... We can't have a too sharp swing, because then they won't be able to fix it, repair it. Can't have too much. You can go a bit into the water, can't you? They probably won't be able to finish these because I think they are too close to each other. But let's see how they're doing with those to start with. Can't be all bad. So with the mud as well, they are carrying tons of mud in one go. If they were supposed to only carry one mud per trip, oh my goodness, 750 trips for a roundhouse. Oh, that would have been a nightmare. Thank goodness they don't. Oh, did we have a Neolithic die or something, or a 2-year-old miso that became a 2-year-old? That can easily happen. So next time our child, a Neo child, becomes 2 years old, we will get it back. See, this is the roundhouse I talked about. Oh, migrants! Oh my God! Please have agriculture. No. Yes, we got it. Amazing. Oh gosh, I need to save him just in case I cock up. I need to save the game. Okay, so now we can finally get some action going. So let's start in the small. I know we want to chuck down a lot because we have been really taxing on the wild produce for way too many years. But one step at a time. So now it is actually harvest season. So we can get away with doing work. So, okay, are you producing honey or are you just an annoying little stub? I'm not sure. I think I'll be careful with that one. But I don't mind some of the trees going. So let's get down some farmlands. I always use max size. So that's roughly 21 times 21. And roughly 4 farmers per farm, roughly. There and thereabouts. So now we can finally start to rely much less on the wild produce and let it recuperate a little bit, because we have kind of taxed quite hard on it at times. This also means we need to start saving up the wild produce. So that we have something to seed next year. And we definitely need gates. Definitely need gates. And fences. But first I'm going to let people clear the area before I build all the fences, because that's going to take half the tribe. We might go into a famine because I want to build all the fences in one go. How is the tail looking? Are they actually completing it? We will find out. We will find out. Right, so the farmers have 4 each. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, yeah. And then we need to basically make sure that we have food. Okay, where should I put this? I'll just put it here. Need 1 of each for now, but I do need this one for the beets. Absolutely, no questions asked. Has to be done. So they will have to wait for their housing for a bit longer. Need to get these things done. What I'm also going to do is that I'm going to... How many groups do I have? Do I have 8 groups? No. You guys are going to be gathering these only. See how many I can get to do it. And then I need to lock them down. Oh, my headset ran out of battery. Nice. Now I have to sit in an odd angle so I can recharge my headset. Play at the same time. I'm gonna have a stiff neck tomorrow. But it's fine. It's fine. All day tomorrow off. No worries. Come on, get this built so I can start saving stuff. Dudes. Get him done. Get him done. So we don't need 150 of those. We need roughly between 20 and 30-ish. If we have enough wooden spears. I'm actually going to make a few more wooden spears. These should probably be up to 100 as well. And then we need to not be stingy on the wooden spears, because if you can't till, you can't plant. It's simple as. Oh god, come on guys, get some beets. Okay, so we can take away that because they now have 26, so that is a complete farm. I'm going to leave that as it is, and this one is fine. This one will be fine because we have 39 wheat that can be threshed. So I'm not worried about that. I am worried about the beets though, because we have been, you know, farming like mad on beets alone, without cultivating them. So there might be a fairly diminished amount out in the larder of nature. But if we can't get enough to do even a quarter of a farm, we might just as well allocate it to another produce for that year. Okay, so we definitely do not have enough tools for chopping, so I really should up my my axes a little bit, only for the chopping of these trees to be done, so that they actually get done in time before tilling and planting next season. So I'm going to work on that. I'm going to also put these to take home a few more, and then I'm going to put it back down to 1, and the same with the axes when the farms are done, because they last forever, don't they? You don't need to build a million axes, it's fine. Okay, so now we might actually survive here. We might survive here because now we don't need to tax so hard on the wild produce, but we need to rely on them for another hard winter. I might have to up the hunting a little bit, and then also the fishing again, because I put it down to 6. And even though I recommended before agriculture to have roughly 1 fisherman per 10 members, that does not really apply anymore, because the way I do it, that I found to be working really well with replenishing of my fish stocks, is that I allow the fishermen to be active during winter and spring, and as soon as the beets are harvested, I either pause the entire fishing group or put it down to very low, like 2 or 4 people or something. That means that lots of the pools that has been fished very heavily over the winter months will have time to replenish without being too disturbed. And that has turned out to work really well with me, at least with the new system that is disallowing or of trying to avoid that fishermen are going for pools that are basically depleted. Because when they do that, you are wasting so much work time, because they first go to a pool and then they fish up 1 fish, and then they walk half the day to reach another pool with 1 fish, and then they walk the rest of their work hours to get another pool of fish. So they come home with 2 fish in an entire workday. That is unsustainable. So the devs made sure that they don't do that anymore by coding an avoidance of pools with very little yield in them, and that so far seemed to be doing the trick. Okay, so I'm gonna get my less than 1 beet in here. I'm not gonna get any beets this season, am I? Let me have a look. No, they're out of season. There you go. Okay, fine. Oh, we don't need 2 straggler groups, do we? Or maybe we do, because that one is full. Maybe not. Don't need you, because we're getting plenty from here. There's very little point planting with half a unit of beets, which is sad. That also means that I should allocate the beets, wherever they are, there they are, to something else that we have plenty of. We have plenty of, we kind of have what we want. I'll just do wheat. Yeah, it is what it is. So as soon as we have built storehouses for all the crops, then these baskets should really just be the overflow storage facility. You should keep them locked, but should also keep them empty. So everything that you need for the farm should go in the storehouses for best storage. And when it needs repairs, it is being lifted over here, which is also locked, because if you don't, then they will place it on the ground and your people will throw themselves over it like it's candy. It's like they know we really, really need to save them, and hence they have to go eat them. You know, it's something psychological there. It's just the way it is. So, at least with the beets, the devs were supposed to put down the want for produce to a point where we didn't have this issue. But the beets, it's just you can't talk to them anymore. You can't talk to the people. Your tribe will not listen. I said, don't eat the beets, there's plenty of other stuff, and then they beeline for the beets. It's like having a flock of unruly children. Oh, adults for that matter. Not differentiate. It can easily go all ways. All the age groups. I would like to get a few of these as well, but I can't do too many because they will block the usage and I can't have that. So if I do 2 sections, Yeah, that'll do it. I just need to pay attention so they don't overbuild. Ooh. They are so quick, you know. If you don't pay attention, woof, they have built all the fences. And you stand there with way too tall fences. Fences you didn't want. Okay, so yeah, there are no beats for us. Fine. It is what it is. So I'm going to wait with turning down the wild produce until we have survived the winter. We might actually need to up the fishing for the winter. I actually think we do, because the rose hips that are coming to camp are singing on their last few sleeps before they rot away, because it's so late that it's only the far away, the edge plants they call them, the edge dancers that has survived. So system is sending people to the very edges, and they're almost rotted away there, because they do stop producing roughly in late autumn. So if you come so close to winter as we are now, they will be very rotted in nature as well, as it should be. So how are we doing with these? We still have... Okay, but we do have 4 of the stone axes. I can see people are working on the trees. But wheat is soon going to be ready for planting. So I need to get the fences. So now we need to pay attention to any trees, because they can create the connection when you build it, but when the trees have been felled, they can ruin the connection. So we need to pay a little bit attention here to what we're doing. What is this? Is this a... No, it's a birch. Ooh, I didn't want to do that. Because then I'm messing up the service points. That was a bit silly. Oh, I can hear them chopping the wood. That means I will need a few new gates so that people can go into the beats and help themselves. Okay. Trying to get it a little bit straight. We're not really winning here, are we? Right, so I'm going to add a few gates there. Or at least one. And then see if I should just add more of the straight fencing. Okay, it looks a bit weird. But it's fine. It will serve its purpose. Look at all the fences. I made all of them in one go. So now you're going to see that the rose hips will go quickly. They were quickly beaten up, I hope. Please eat up the rose hips before they go bad. Seriously, guys. Seriously. We need more speed on the... on this one. Get going, guys. Because I need roughly 50 to 60-ish. And I need one more on these. Because they are lacking. I could see on the fence it's lacking. Or the gate. Because this is what they need. Fine sticks. Maybe I should add another tanner, because this one is 3/4 on its way to rot. He's here. Let's do I have the other one over here? I do, don't I? Okay, we can spread them out. Ish. See? You can go there. Let's... Are those mushrooms? They are! Yay for mushrooms! It is the good season for it, is it? Late, very late autumn. Yeah, you need to get... I think this one might ruin the connection. Because even though it had the connection, it showed a connection. When this one goes away, it's so big that it will create an opening. So we need to go redo that. This is a gate. Let's just keep an eye on these as well. To be sure, you really should go into the fence section and then just check. See this one, you can see here, this is a hole where a tree used to be. So this needs to be padded, yeah? Okay, so I think this one is small enough to not break connection, but we're going to go back and make sure anyway. Let's see. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Yeah, I think that was, oops. I think that was the point where we needed to do some patching. Yeah. Now we just need to wait and see when the tree is gone, if it actually is a connection. I don't think it is. It didn't look like it was a connection. So it probably is not. My frames dropped to like 2 when the lightning struck there. That was really weird. Okay, okay. How are we doing with the wheat? With the wheat threshing. Come on, guys. Don't be lazy. Yeah, go, go, go. You should belong to... Oh, where did you go? Oh, in this bit. Okay. It's playing so fast I can't click my people to spy on them. Mwah. Okay, only a few wheat left to thresh now. How many do we have? We have 38. It might be a little bit too little for both farms, but we might make it stretch. Let me see. That one is going to be fine. Is that a gap? It looks like a gap where there used to be a tree. Yeah. That's now patched. Let's just quickly go over to make sure there's no holes, because we don't want the herbivores to come eat up our wheat, do we? Oh, that's a gate. You're good, you're good, you're good. And then this one is being done, yeah, good. And then, okay, I think we have secured our farms. We will find out, but they are normally extremely precise, so that is excellent. Otherwise, it would be tragic if we could not protect our crops. And you know, the herbivores, they are really greedy. They eat everything. They leave nothing for the humans. They eat everything. So, oh, maybe I should put back these on. Not such a bad idea. There you go. Should up the fishermen too. Now we are in winter. And you can see they have eaten up most of these rose hips. Some have been lost though, because they prioritize something else to eat instead. But it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad of a loss. But this kind of means that if we can manage now within a few years to get a good balance between the population and the cultivated yield, we can basically put wild yield on a minuscule amount for just the Saturday snacks for the young ones in the tribe. But yeah, at least we won't be taxing so hard on the wild produce, because that is a little bit detrimental if you have the opportunity to be agricultural, yet you don't take it and you just use the produce you have in the wild. Not the smartest move. So I'm going to make a small posh village or posh area of the town. So I'm basically going to, let me see if I can get this right, then I will get everything else right. If I start with these two, are they roughly opposite each other? Actually, never mind. I will just leave things as they are for a bit and just perhaps build some extra straw huts instead. And then I'm going to basically chop down a ton of trees. Should try to get 4 here, shouldn't I? With a small fireplace. How much do we have? We have 20 of those and 360 of those. So that means we should do only 1 and then place the rest on pause. There you go. So how long do I have left till I get the trilitons? That's going to be ages. Gonna have to have a lot of... Oh, we can make altars. Oh, yeah. We should make an altar. We should also make one of those, the small temple menhirs. The altar is a little bit more demanding. It's 2,500 stone, but then again, it is a 75% reduction to unrest. I guess we could have it here. It's quite all right. No, we can't go into the horse, can we? Oh well, we need it around where the horse is. It'll probably be right on the foot of the horse. Oh my god! And I have to delete that one as well, like I did with the other one. We should be all right here. If we're not... Oh, oops. You guys should really be doing this one. There you go. Okay, let's see what we can do now with the graveyard. I would like a bench, but I need to make sure that they can actually reach it. So you need to have an opening. Yeah, you can have an opening between the graves and you can go there, can't you? Yeah? Well, we will find out. Well, we do know they are not stepping on the graves, which is a good thing. And I'm going to... Okay, so these are too close. I can't put any there. And I can't put it in our block. Okay, so here it is. You're getting a section of lovely flowers on each side of the... Oh no, I wanted to make torches. Damn. Okay, I'm going to take a corner of each. Can I do that? Is that okay? Or should I have done it differently? I think that's okay, isn't it? I think it is. We'll see. We can always change it if we do not like it. Oh, okay. Oh, you went to the next one instead of going to the one I was building. Okay. Sure. If they're not in a row, they won't be listed in a row. It is what it is. There you go. See how that pans out. Should be all right, I think. Okay, they are at least building. That means they do have access, because none of them are inaccessible for now. But the good thing about these walls is that they are so low that people can just step over them. So there shouldn't really be any inaccessible issues. Here we go, blah, 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 blah. Inaccessible issues. Learn to talk, Lily. Learn to talk. There shouldn't be any issues with accessing them. See? There are more ways to roam than one. God, it's so creepy at night when the light shines in a certain way on the graves. It's really creepy. But look at the paupers' graves. They look so pauper. They look so pauper, guys. Let's shall we beautify those as well? We can do that, can't we? We can do that, can't we? But I don't want to cut down this tree, because that is beautiful. This one is fine, but I want this one to survive as well. So we're going to do that. There you go. Ta-da. Okay, so you're built. How much is left? 44. Yeah, I need to let them catch up. Okie dokie. So that was the first harvest in. We managed to get 12 of the beets though during harvesting from wild produce, since we didn't have any to sow last season. So now we'll just have to see how far we can get with it. Roughly a small half of this will be planted, but that's basically it. So what I should do now is basically improve my farming income. So I'm going to make a few more farms, but not this way because we have bushes here. So I'm going to move a bit further away. Could probably do it here, but I need to be on the right farm. Okay, so you guys are wheat. And then I'm going to do for sure the peas, I think. Are those the peas? No. These are the peas. I'm going to do the peas as well. They always have a very good yield, the peas. They are as good as the, almost as good as the wheat. Almost. This is going to be a lot to do in one go here. I'm going to complete all the fencing like last time in one go. I can't guarantee that we can stay long here because we have had to rely so heavily on the wild produce. It is bound to be really diminished in the wild. Oops, that was a bit odd. A bit too clumsy, to be honest. I'm going to create one more fence section instead of a double gate. Ta-da. Oh, shoot. Did I make them do these? Oh, no. Are they all under there? They are. Okay, so guess what I'm going to do? Yeah, you guessed it. I'm deleting the farm and creating a new farm group. Come on. And you guys will of course be 6, 7, 8 now that we have 2 farms. So that is with 2 farms on 4 farmers. There you go. See? Where there's a will, there is certainly a way, especially when you are lazy. When you can't be arsed redoing them all. Oh, I get to assign them. Right. Oh, hello, horsey. No, you made... Oh, God. Are they going to go for my thingies now? Are they? They are, aren't they? They're going to go for my wheat. They are beelining for my new... Look at those little... Dude! Wait! Wait! No! You gotta be kidding me. You know, if I put my dudes to hunt you, you will have your ass handed to you. You do, of course, know that. I can't believe they're not... You're way too close to us, guys. Move along. Move on. Move on. Choo, choo. Shoo. It's like they have this radar. Oh, farm down. Ready to go. How many are you? Seriously. Well, hopefully they will be scared away when they are building the fences. Otherwise, we're going to have sausage for Christmas. Horse sausage. Ew. No, that is just wrong. Ooh la la. Ah, yeah. Well, it is what it is. 3K BC. You eat what you can. It is what it is. Oh my goodness, do I need more graves? No, I still have. Oh, because there are a few that is not being buried. Okay, fine. I'm going to need to chuck down a few more graves. I just need to make sure that people are getting this done first. Because if they get too unhappy with people being not buried, they can go pray a bit, because we have prayer stuffs. This is one of the really big pluses with belief. You can afford to piss your tribe off a little bit if you have the ability, or if you give them the ability to pray, because it will calm them down. No, you need to go out. You're just a little baby. Little babies. Okay, let's get some speed. Hopefully they will be gone by the time the fences are done. Yep. See how it's going here. Right. Year 8. Oh, I think we're going to win against the horses. Ooh, have they gone away? Oh, thank goodness. I guess they got scared from all the people running around here doing all the work, which is exactly as it should be. They should run away from us, because otherwise we will have sausage for Christmas. It's a very good threat. Come on, get it done. Get it done. We have plenty sticks. It's no excuse. Oh, there's a few trees that needs to get cut there before we can complete the fence. Oh, talk about the sunshine. These are huge trees. They're going to be a lot of logs from these, isn't there? Okay, so this one, yeah, and then okay, so there's 2 that is affected by those. I will go over them anyway afterwards to see if there are any openings that needs to be. See, this one again. That seems like it is a small gap there, but it isn't a gap, is there? Because when we try to cut it or to close it, we can't do it. So it's just that small visual one. I can't even remember if I suggested to the devs that it needed to be closed, because it kept tricking me. Maybe I should do it again. See if they want to close it somehow visually. But it's just a minor thing, isn't it? Because it takes 2 seconds to test if it actually is a gap there or not. So it's not like it's going to cost you your bleeding tribe. So let's have a look and see if you needs to be closed. Because the 2 trees here, they did not make me lose connection with my fences. And that's a gate. And I did this, right? Yeah. Okay, so now I just hope that the horses don't come back and go in. That's one thing there before I can close it. Oh, I can see them. Oh, stay where you are. Stay where you are. Or there will be sausages. Oh. Knowing my luck, they are going to run straight in, and then my people are going to come fix the fences or build them before they can get back out, and then I have horses in my wheat. I don't want horses in my wheat. Right. Let's do a little bit with the with my horse. See if we can get something more on it. We've been so stressing with getting the farms up and running and not dying from starvation. Phew, I haven't really had time to enjoy my horse. I think that's going to be it, really. I need to have an open space so they can build it. I'm going to let them do that first before I put down more. Bit by bit. How are we doing? Are there any horses inside? No. Oh my goodness. Can you believe that I managed to get rid of them all? Before they were closed inside. Okay, so now that these are functioning, I don't know if the connection is gone. But I don't dare to move this one because that will be open, won't it? So I need to leave this one and do this instead. Now I've seen that it's closed, I don't need to worry about horses coming in from this side to the side that is actually working. The fencing, I mean. How far in? Okay, I can take you. There you go, I can take those. Okay. Excellent, so now I'm going to see how that goes. And then take down the wild food after winter. I just need to make sure that we have enough food so we don't starve over winter because it's so quickly going really bad. So I'm saving up double for these. I only need roughly 56. Yeah, you are a bit much as well, aren't you? Yeah, that should be enough. You only need that. Yeah. And you guys, yeah, you are 12. There's not much I can do about that. That's what we got from nature because we got a lot more before, didn't we? But we kept harvesting. I was kind of cockily thinking that, okay, at 4K BC precisely, I would be getting agriculture, but we didn't. We had to wait almost 1,000 years before we got it. No, we didn't. That's exaggeration. We waited like 600 years, something like that. It wasn't too bad. But you know, one in-game year is roughly 200 historical years. So we did wait years. We did wait many years. We did. A few years. But it's a really poor locality now, because the The WoW produce is not rich at all. How many, I think we counted 6. Was it 6 we counted of the hazelnut trees? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 1 in here. Or has it gone old and died? Yeah, it's not there. It was probably gone old and died. So we have between 8 and 10 of the hazelnut trees to start with, but they will come up from the ground and grow, so it will just take some time. Some time to get the nuts. I am going to build, of course, more of these storehouses, because we're going to need them for the for these as well, the peas. So I'm going to just leave these areas as overflow. So there. Okay, so at least we are getting some of the beets planted. All beets are of course going to be planted, but it won't be much, will it? It will be a little bit under half, I think. Unless they are being really good with the seeding, then I might get half of it. That would be great. I don't think I will get it though, but we shall see. Okay, so a few of the graves have opened up. That's just good. Quite a few of them have opened up now. Good. Good. Like I had this rush of old people dying, and I still have quite a few old. Not too many though. Let's see if I can squeeze in another house. Another straw hut, a big one. How are you doing with the altar? Let's see what the... Okay, so they... Okay, they're lacking these 3. Is it because they can't reach them? Or because... why are these not... Wait a minute. Who's building them? Tribe is building them? It's not supposed to be that. It's supposed to be you guys. You don't even have the... Oh, I gave it to the wrong group, didn't I? Seriously. Yeah, I'm going to fix it afterwards. I just need to make sure that it's the right group who has these. Because there's only supposed to be 3 people doing this. And nobody else. Ta-da. Let's see. Oh, look, there's still plenty left. How did they do that? Are they extremely good and non-clumsy at all? We may have a look at some of the farmers here. Very able. What about you? You're a bit clumsy, so you probably are losing a few seeds to the side, or perhaps eating a few, who knows? Because this is for peas, yeah, okay. Right, I'm gonna let them continue. I'm gonna cut the video a little bit so we lose some of the less busy parts, so that we can actually get to build everything I do want to build. Yup. Oh, finally. For food. Gosh, it's been such hardship to survive here. So little to live off. So, adding another 4 farms surely should help a bit. But I'm not going to increase the flax production, because it is, yeah, it's just a smidgen, a drop in the ocean really, compared to what wheat and specifically peas can provide us. So they will just stay 1 for now, I think. What's your problem, dude? Oh, we need more graves. Yeah, we have so many people, need more graves now. I'm going to create a small graveyard further away, I think. A little one, perhaps over here ish, or here. I'm gonna wait till the harvest this over though, so I don't steal people. Oh, hello. You thought you were gonna come and steal my food, didn't you? Hmm? You're lurking on the outside hoping to get into the wheat? Bet you are. Sorry, ain't gonna happen, Bubbles. Not today. We finished the altar. I'm gonna place some lovely offerings around it and some light and some benches. It's gonna be nice. Oh, hello. Oh, yes. Look what it's showing now is the Trilithon. It's showing. Oh, wow. But there is lacking more. This is why I wanted to do a really long video so we could reach and build everything. We might have to migrate though, really, because the wild food is so low that if I have a really bad year for the cultivated crop, we are going to go through a famine. But you know what? When your population is over 200, a small famine to thin the population is not the worst thing that could happen. Because it is difficult to stay sedentary over 250, perhaps 300 years. And the only reason I have managed it to over 500 years is because I have used the extreme frugal tactics and paid attention to absolutely everything, like no relaxation. Everything is you know, calculated to perfection. But of course I do not settle in a place where I first of all can't find any rosehip bushes or any hazelnut trees, and I also do not settle anywhere that does not have all 4 crops. So that is kind of the criteria I do have. And I also always try to either look for a forked river or a river that is going right out into the ocean, because then the ocean has more fish in it than the rivers. And with the increase in the tall grass and the reed we can get from it, we don't really need to look for the forked rivers anymore, because we will have enough reed from land. But of course I prefer the forked rivers because it never hurts to be cautious, does it? Okay, so we just tipped over to year 11. So we survived another winter, barely. But we do have quite a bit of food now, so I'm not going to complain too loud. I've given nuts and rose hips a break so that they can regenerate a little bit to save our asses when we actually really need it. But I'm not going to wait around if we have famine after famine every winter, because it just means that there is nothing subsidiary food that we can rely on if farming goes wrong. And you know, adding 1 million farms in a population of 200 or less, it's just not going to work. And if you don't have the maximized farms that you can get, you won't get enough food. Then you need to rely on wild produce. It is what it is. This was a pity that we got agriculture so late that our population was like 170 before we got it. So by that time we had basically emptied out the larder of nature, hadn't we? So now the diminishing effect is like tripled at least, because we were so greedy. So them nuts, they're so good to nibble on. Ah, dude. Right. I was going to make more graves, but they seem to be recycling really well on 12 for now. I'm quite satisfied with that. I've also given my fishermen a break to replenish the fish. I'll see how long I can keep them off, because I'm also stealing a lot of people for the farms. Try to balance to balance it well. You know, when winter comes and early spring and you're constantly verging on famine and you have to perhaps put some restrictions on the food and stuff, people will not be performing at their best because their fitness will be lower. So yeah, it's a bit of an evil circle, to be honest. I just need to get the balance right now that we have agriculture. So I think it took roughly a year and a half before I got it right. And I do think I have it right now because we still have quite a bit of food left and we are just starting to replant and we have enough seeds to do the replanting as well. Right. I'm going to open up some of these because we don't need 200 plus for this. I'm going to save roughly 100 to be sure, in case they complain they have too little tools, which they don't do. But you know, when everyone is using the same type of tool, you can quickly run out when you have almost 200 population. Yep. Gonna add a little bit of nice stuff around this one. How should I put it? If I put it there, how does that look? Does that look cool? Because they will, your people, they will place stuff, you know, offerings and stuff themselves on these that you can't control. So you can see when they are praying that they are adding drinks and food on top of the altar. Did you just go straight to, really? The lack of respect is atrocious. Just be glad your gods and spirits are not watching you, but maybe they are. Maybe we're going to get a famine now. Maybe we're going to have a horrendous famine because you walked through the flipping altar. Have you heard of respect? Dude, it's like chucking your feet on the table. It's like, no. Okay, now we are now cursed because one of my silly tribe men walked straight through the altar. No respect. We should sacrifice you, stretch you along here and just whack you. God, that is so brutal. It's so morbid. I take that back. It's not okay. You know, there are times when I want to do some of these really diva personalities in the tribe. Just place them on the altar and said, off you go, off with his head. Oh, dude. There were some suggestions we should have cannibalism as well. That we should cook and eat the divas of the tribe. They're like, dude, that's a no. That's a no from me. What the heck? I don't think that's gonna go down very well with anyone, really. Oh. So can you guys not build it? Is it too far down? Inside? It's the same on this side, isn't it? No, I don't think they can build it. I'll try to change the direction on it. Because you can change direction. It doesn't have to be the same direction. I would like a few of the native ones, or the Mesolithic ones, the native ones. Well, they kind of are the Mesolithic ones, aren't they? They are the natives here. There you go. Let's see if they can build those. Please do. Yeah, there you go. Ta-da! Now, where's that idiot that walked through the altar? Oh! No, now they can't reach it. I should have known this. I definitely should have known this. I have no excuse. I don't necessarily test on these things because I'm not supposed to fiddle with testing inaccessibility because that's not what we're working on because that is already established. So this is just me playing stupid, you know. It is what it is. Ta-da! And now we can access it again. I'm so glad. So back to the offering we were gonna do. Where's the woman who stepped straight through my altar? Seriously. Okay, how are my farms doing? Are you done with wheat now? Okay, almost done with these as well. I think there's still a little bit of tweaking needed. Not necessarily for the farms as such. It's more that some of the farmers tend to just take a few plots, and then they go back to store the unit of seed. And then someone else from their team comes and take that seed and then go and do a few plots again and then goes and stores it again. It's a little bit odd that they do that. They don't all do it, so I'm going to have to look into if it's actually grade dependent. Okay, so this one now just did a few, but he's a bit dumb. Okay, I can explain that with being dumb. See the guy here who has none of these degrading or the bad grades, he's still planting, so that actually indicates that personality has a lot more to say than I would want them to. So that means if I'm right, this guy should plant 1 or 2 and then he would go and store the seed, or he will eat up the seeds or just lose them, you know. Or maybe his size and determination will make him stay. That could be the case as well. What about this guy? He's a bit slow. Still seeding though. They are still going strong, all of them. Maybe it was down to personality. I had complete and utter idiots in my farms earlier. Okay, he stopped now before he's done. Why? Why did you stop? You're not done with the work. Let's have a look. Am I looking at the wrong one? Oh yeah, I am. Okay, because these are already on these. Okay, never mind. Oh, you took his spot, didn't you? I see, never mind. Okay, there are several reasons why they do what they do. They do what they do, what they diddly do. Because I want to show you guys when they are praying, they sometimes throw all these offerings on top of here, these nice ceramic bowls and stuff. It's really cool. Uber cool. I wonder when we will get sledgehammers to get rid of you know, stones that has no use but that is impossible to build on. Versus this one could be shredded to pieces and used as normal stones, you know, like normal raw stone. That would help a lot, wouldn't it? If you could actually work on getting the stones ourselves by sledgehammer work. That would be awesome. Maybe we can get a new knowledge belonging to stoneworking, like a subcategory. Sledgehammering. Crushing boulders. I mean, one of those guys who are really strong, who says, I am the one who smashes things, maybe that would be an ideal job for him, or her, or them, whoever has it, you know? I think that's a great idea. Full of good ideas. Shall I change these around a bit? No, that's fine. Leave it. Maybe I should do a bit of work on the horsey. I swear to God, I put these in the right group. What the heck is going on? Was it this one? No. Was this one? Yeah, this is the one. No, see? Look, look. They put offerings on because they've been praying now. Yes. Let's have them complete. complete these. Looks cool, doesn't it? Looks really cool. Okay then. So now that the wheat has been done, I can open up this one and let people do as they see fit. We're also done with the beets, of course. Still have a bit to go with the what does this one have? Anyone left to go? One. And this one has a few. Okay, so that one got late tilled, but that's fine. So it's these left, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so these are done. That's good. That is excellent. I still only have one of those. I see no real need for more of those because they collide so horribly with first you start with the beets and then this one suddenly wants work within a few weeks after it started here, and after this one has started a few weeks after that, this one needs work. So I find it so much easier to have less of the flax as the yield is so small food wise in comparison to everything else. So I tend to have less flax yields because their main produce is fiber, which is supposed to help us stay more sedentary for a longer time in the same locality. But you know, the resources has been upped so tremendously that, I mean, if you can't manage 20 years with agriculture, then you kind of doing something a little bit wrong. It is a little bit different if you start in the Mesolithic timeline because you do not have any agricultural income. You only have wild produce, and if you harvest produce a lot every year to keep, like we have done, 170 people alive for almost, you know, for several years, and then many years before that with a little bit less population, you will have a severely diminished income of the wild produce, so you can't really rely on that if things really start to hit the fan. So yeah, it's a little bit different, but if you start with farms already, you should easily manage several decades. Okay, so now we're gonna go April, spring. I think I'm gonna see if do I dare to leave them? No, I don't. I need to activate the fisherman because I see the food is getting really low. There you go. So let's see, you guys. Okay, it's one beetroot. Come on, they're lacking one beetroot. Where is it? There it is. One. Come on. Come on. Drama queens. Seriously. Oh, maybe I should get this one going. Duh. Okay. It's time to build more graveyards. Let's do a bit of the normal ones as well as the really nice ones. But I don't want to take too many people off the work. So only like 6 people at the same time. That'll do it. Had so many elder people dying, and some of them are actually laying around because there's not enough grave space for them. Okay then, and you can see people are unhappy when their relatives do not have a burial. Stand still so I can check you out, dude. Where did he go? Is that one? Yeah. Yep. Not happy about that, are they? I'm gonna let them finish those graves. So, we still have an okay balance on the food, and I still have my fish paused, a fisherman, so I took them off as soon as I could. Look at her, she's just basically laying where she died because I don't have enough graves. Ouch. Not okay. That's just not okay. And I can understand people are being upset about it. I mean, who wouldn't be? Seriously. Let's just agree to that. So this shouldn't take too long to do. Yeah, another day or so, then we'll have base. I think I can get away with having the tail of the horse like this. Maybe. Okay, so now it's planting time for the wheat. That means we're also going to jump into tilling time for the beets. So they will of course steal quite a bit of people, because I have 4 people per farm, meaning those that has 4 farms, which is these, and they have 4, yeah, they are 16, so roughly 4 per 1 farm. And I've tested this with very high population as well, and you can have 8 farms per group with 28 people, because 4 times 2 is 8, and 16 times 2 is, what is 16 times 2? I have no idea. 32? No. 32? Yeah? No. Anyway, it goes okay with maxed out farm groups with 8 farms. Jesus Christ, you can't take me anywhere when it comes to mathematics. I'm just so useless. Absolutely garbage. Oh gosh. So I could try to hide it, but the second I talk, everyone knows. Oh, you know, we can't rock at everything. It's just not possible. No possible. Okay, so where are we? We are... Yeah, there are still a few, I think, that needs more housing. I'll see. How is it looking here? We have 19 and 309. We can get away with doing that one as well. Okay, that will take away the trees. That's fine. That's fine. We have plenty trees. Plenty trees. Yeah. So there are quite a few older people that I have lost. So this is why I need to expand my graveyard. Yeah, you can see it's quickly being filled by the people who have died before I could bury them. So, yeah. But yeah, but that's it. You need to calculate the recycling as well, because it's roughly 1 in-game year or so before the grave is recycled, and that is roughly 200 historical years. So it's a fairly appropriate amount of time going between the burials and when they are reused. So I'm not going to complain about that. Are you taking the trees? Yeah, you are. Good. So now I'm actually just going to wait for this one. Need a bit of architecture for that one. And that will come as I'm building more people as I get. I'm building more people. Yeah, good one. I'm building more houses as I get more people. Let's get it right. If you can build people, that would be interesting. I wonder if I should suggest that the repair or the replacement of the offerings should be done more rare. Because I feel it's like 1 or 2 sleeps and then they are changing out the drinks and the food again. Maybe that is appropriate timing though. It just feels so much like we have 1 sleeps. You know, it feels like 1 day for us, but it isn't. It's 1 week. You know, unfortunately, we only have 1 day to do a week's worth of everything. So it's a little bit bob every now and that can be a little bit stressful. But then again, we don't need a million things of these, do we? We don't need a million of those. Don't have to have 500 of those laying around. Oh, you're gonna fill up my graves again? So that I have none. I have one left. One, and that one's going to go now, isn't it? Because Turia just died. Okay then. Yeah. No, are you serious? It's because I so rarely hunt. You can see I have like one hunter. And he's only on... What is he on? The boars and the rabbits. Yeah. So I'm not too bothered about that, to be honest. Not bothered in the slightest. If you don't practice your skills and your skill holder dies, then you will lose the level. It is what it is. I am aware and I accept. No problem. Okay, so I'm going to add 6 more. Because there was only one left, wasn't it? Yeah. Because I can't have people unhappy. Although the praying, of course, is helping towards them having the unrest. But in principle, we should try to get all people buried within a reasonable amount of time. To not have any unrest at all. So there. Okay, so I'm going to let them finish. Yeah. And then maybe do a little bit more on the horsey. Are you guys making a horse as well? Or is it just me? I know a lot of you guys like to play the game at the same time as you're watching people's playthroughs. And I can see the fun in that. I can definitely see the fun in that. Absolutely. So, of course, I forgot to lock down my beats. So people 8 and 8 until I realized, oh my god, I barely have any left. So I managed to lock it down while there was still a little bit left. So now I have 51. And that, of course, is not going to be enough to cover 4 farms. Because if you calculate everyone with proper tools, it will take between 25 and 30 to fill a maxed out farm, which is 21 times 21, which is 441. Yeah, I know this, not because I'm good at math, but because I've done so much testing on it. See here, the horse, was making the chest here and down with the leg, and the hoof looks really weird. I probably have to redo everything, but we'll see how it turns out. Artistic freedom, I'm just saying. You can do what you like. Therapy or whatnot. Therapy and just chilling, relaxation. It doesn't have to be perfect. Artistic expression is artistic expression. You do what you feel, not what is necessarily perfect. No, I wanted to make it a little bit uneven because I'm going to fight my OCD a little bit. I'm going to do like this. See how that goes. No, I'm gonna wait. Yeah, this looks... Are they done building it? I'm not sure I can handle it. I'm not sure I can do... Can I do this? Yay or nay? We will... Oh, are they equal? They are not supposed to be equal. I'll do this one first. Is this one too close to this one? We will find out. Because it's not like we don't have enough logs. They are rotting away. Look, I have no use for them at the moment. But they are coming from the farmlands and other trees that need to be cut there. Look how efficient they are. Vroom. So, do I have an overflow area for absolutely everything? I do not. I'm going to make overflow here for those. And the wheat I'm not worried about at all. Not in the slightest, because they still have almost 500 left to till, which they haven't done. But I have 4 of those. It should be enough, shouldn't it? But it isn't really, is it? Because we're reaching, you know, next planting season. We still have wheat to till. I guess I should be smart and place down a few more, perhaps. But the one for these types, the flax is enough with one, because I only have one farm of those. Not too worried about that. Meh. Didn't like it. Don't like it. Let me see how it is that I actually do want it. Do I want it like that? No. Do I want it like that? No. How about that? How about this? How about that? It's on. Like that. Very cozy, isn't it? They can sit around here and they can talk and have a cup of coffee. Oh, wait. No coffee. When did coffee come to Europe, by the way? And why are we so addicted to it? I mean, even if you just drink decaffeinated, you know, you still have the habit that you want the coffee either in the morning or during work hours or whatnot. I do like coffee, but I don't drink it every day. So I'm not really a coffee drinker as such, but I don't mind it. But I don't like it black. And I can't stand when people put sugar in it. It's horrendous. God. But it's quite a British thing, though, to have sugar in your coffee. I mean, in Norway, nobody uses sugar in their coffee. It's weird. It's like, hell nah. It's just wrong. But that it's, you know, it's a matter of what you're used to, isn't it? So if you're not used to it, it'll be an odd sensation, won't it? Oh, it's too close, isn't it? Damn. But if you are used to it, then it's just ordinary run-of-the-mill thing. Is that too close? It shouldn't be, but it looks like it is somehow. That kind of means that the initial first one over here is placed incorrectly. Because there should be... This one should be further away. But it looks correct because of the angle. So it should look like this. Okay, that was OCD talking. Leave it, Lily. What happened to your artistic expression? I'm gonna add a thing. Oh, it's such a pity that it can't encroach on the space. Come on. But can I put one here perhaps instead? And there? No, it looks weird. Never mind. Where were we? I'm gonna go have a look at the graves, see how they are doing. How many are in need? Oh no, they are plenty space. There's one in use at the moment. No. Gosh, it tricks me. No, I can see now that they're all open. Yeah, plenty of graves. We did have a round of like 30 elder people dying in a year. That was like, dude, that's a lot of old people dying. So I guess that was when we had a lot of babies. Because we had a lot of females. So, yeah. Okay, so now I remember to make an overflow. And I remember to keep it locked down. So when we get the yield, they won't eat up everything. Are you done already with planting the wheat? Really? Gosh, you are, aren't you? No, you're not. There you go. The last one needs to be done. I knew it couldn't be completely done. I normally calculate it really well with regards to amount of farmers per farm per season or whatever they're doing with the right tools. I've done a lot of testing on this, so it's a little bit I don't know what to call it, a little bit fanatic that I have to do it in this way, but that's because that is the most efficient way. This one is going to be removed. And then I'm gonna place it again, but in a like this, like this and that. I did have 4 of these, but I took away 2 because I wanted to make roundhouses. But then I realized I would like to have the last monument before I start, because I would like to have the big temple men here, which grants 100% appeasement. If it has a trilithon within 20 meters of it, people will go there, say hello to the statue, and then be done with praying, because they will have had 100% appeasement, rid of all unrest, if we have at least one of these trilithons. So the more you have of these support structures, these 2 are support structures, the quicker the effect that the temple gives when praying will be given. So this one is 75%, but with one of these or 2 of these or whatever, it will be greatly increased in speed, but you still only get a 75% appeasement of unrest. So that won't change. And same with the small offerings. Even if you have a few of the menhirs support structures around it, the megalithic support structures, you will still only get a 25 reduction in your unrest. And this one, however, will give 100%. So of course this is the big daddy one, isn't it? It's the one you will aim for when things go really wrong in your tribe and you have very little time. If you up your work hours, you should really have one of those, so people can quickly go and get their prayers done, get rid of unrest, and then they have more time to eat and talk by the fireplace and stay with their family, because that matters. To keep people happy, they need to have time to socialize and be with their families. It's the same as it is in real life for normal people. Not saying I'm normal, I'm just saying for normal people, like the big genre of normal people. We're all different. Embrace it. Embrace the darkness. How are you guys doing? Okay, now the beets are ready for planting, just as they are finishing with the wheat, which is perfect planning, because wheat does not collide with anything, which is fantastic. There's a tiny overlap because I only use the exact amount you need to get it done before planting season is over. So there is a lot of calculations behind what I'm doing. I promise there is a method in the madness. Okay, so now let me see. Okay, there's only 1 left. Okay, let's see how far we can get with that. Are you done? So at least 1.5 will not be done, but that's fine. I now have the lockdown, so yeah. Won't be doing that mistake again, I hope. No, I will continue to do it. I always do it. And it's always the beet. Always the beet. You know why? Because beet is the first crop you get into the camp after a long, hard winter with no plant food. So that's why. That's why I always struggle with the beet, because people are throwing themselves over the beets because they have had so little food through the winter with just a few raw fish, you know, a dead hare, and the odd mushrooms. That's basically it. A few berries, a few frozen berries. Let's see how far they can go with this. They've got still a few to do. I'm not too worried, because the next season we'll have plenty, so I can save and not open up and forget again, because that's not going to work. Can't keep it like that. Can't hold it like that. Need saving. Okay, so I'm going to remove that growing 3. I don't want it. And also I'm going to take this tree as well. I'm just going to make sure it's a proper tree, not something else. Yeah, it's a birch. These are cool for Halloween, you know. Whoa, very scary. I'm so disappointed we didn't get pumpkins this year. We got pumpkins last year and I loved it so much. I was so frustrated when they took it away. There was such a lovely way of getting light, wasn't it? It was fantastic. God, maybe I should do some modding again. I mean, force people to do modding for me. Trust me, I do very little of the work. Let that be known immediately. The work is mostly done by extremely competent people, and the devs are part of those competent people. Nagging helps a lot. If you want things done that you don't know what you're doing with, go to the devs, they know everything. So maybe I should make my own Halloween and then Christmas lights. Oh, okay, now I want to do that. Now I have to go do it. Yeah, okay, it's done and dusted. It's gonna get done. Just saying. Absolutely gonna get done. And I'm gonna force the devs to help me again. Oh, they're gonna kick my ass. Hey, it's worth the risk because it's so cool to have these lights. Did you guys see the snowman they made the other year? It had huge tits and a huge butt crack, and I called them out on it. It was like bordering, dude, what are you guys doing? It was hilarious. Oh god, yeah. You know, sometimes the sense of humor that these guys have is insane what they're doing. Oh, dude. So yeah, I know I'm gonna make more mods. Well, I'm gonna force people to make more mods. I'm gonna get more mods made. That is more correct to say, I think. So more lighting. What kind of lighting should I force people to make? Should I do pumpkins and maybe snow lanterns? You know, the snow domes that we used to make when we were a kid, when it was snow? Back in the day when there was snow in the world? Before everything became so hot. Yeah, I think I like that. I need to write it down so I can remember it, because if I don't, then I'll forget about it, and then 3 weeks later I go, I was going to make mods, wasn't I? And then we have the circle going. Let's see. Okay, so there's not a lot of meat left, because you guys are of course only allowed to hunt the boars. That's fine. It's not a big trickle. There hasn't been a lot of animals in this place. There's been quite a few horses though, because they are coming to try to steal the food, but besides that it hasn't been too much. And the odd dog. The dogs are not in very big numbers at any point in any of my games actually. It is random though, but they do not get very many puppies at all. Okay, so that's year 13. Let's keep going. In the end, we will have enough architecture to get what we lack. We also probably need a bit more Atlantic Neolithic to get as well. I can't quite remember all the requirements. But I think it might actually be as much as 50% Atlantic Neolithic. Because we are now at 44, 45-ish soon. Yeah. Okay. Right, so there has been a small patch to the server I am doing this playthrough on. So in order to avoid any old save or new patch bugs, I have to migrate to place all changes in effect. So we have to migrate whether we like it or not. Otherwise we would of course have just kept staying here. I don't mind having to migrate, to be honest, because I was worried about the wild produce that we kind of have been ravaging for so many years. So yeah, I don't want to fight starvation. I want to build everything and show you guys what the new patch is bringing us. Although all foods actually have been increased, if you are hampering on the wild produce, no matter, the diminishing effect is still there. It's not reduced at all, even though you do have a higher amount of food from everything. Let me see. Especially the strawberries and the blackberries, because they were so low. It was basically not worth harvesting them at all in a large tribe. It was just a waste of people. But now they are coming in the hundreds if you focus on them. So they're doing a good snack now. Goody snack. Let's see. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to prepare the tribe for migration by upping things they should build or make. The crafters, I'm having unlimited on all the tools, all the weapons, all the materials, because now we don't need to worry about the scarce materials here, because we will use up what we have and then migrate with that. And I'm also going to wait till all the harvests have been done, and until at least a fair percentage of the wheat has been harvested. I should really place down a few more of these to get it expedited, because it's not like we're lacking leather, is it? Is it 27? Yeah, we have 27 leather, so I'm not worried about that. We are going to lose a horse though, but that's fine. We can make any horse anytime, anywhere. No big deal. Maybe we'll be looking even better if we start all over again. Who knows? Practice makes better. That goes without saying. And I haven't really built a lot of monuments. I have 3 of these. Not all of them are, or 6, but not all of them are finished building. And then I have the altar. We did build the small man here, didn't we? But yeah, I had to dismantle it. So yeah. Now I'm going to wait till the harvested in, and then I'm gonna thresh the wheat, and then we are migrating. Right, let's do this. Let's get going. So what I like to do is that I like to just uproot from where I was, and if the area has forked rivers and I like the area, I just migrate out without settling, and then I basically migrate directly back. I do that a lot if I have places I really like. Otherwise, I would probably work myself down towards the coast. Let's see. Right, fiber. I definitely see hazelnuts. They are okay. I see. Let's
Quite
see.
close to where we landed.
Fiber. I
see
definitely
some there
see
as well.
hazelnuts. They are quite close to where we landed.
Nice flat areas.
Let's see some
my
over there
farms.
as well.
And my wonders, obviously. What are we going to
Nice
put the
flat
horse?
areas.
Where are we going
my
to
farms.
put the horse?
And my wonders, obviously.
That's, yeah,
Where are we going to put the horse?
beehive.
Where are we going to put the horse? Yeah, I think we can work with this, but when that is said, we have a lot of work to do. A lot of work. Okay, let's get all the boring stuff done. All the storage areas, and then we need to chock down the farms. We need to get the farms down, because we're now in November, and already in January the wheat is ready to be tilled, so we need to get it done quickly. Right, so those are the farms done at least. Oh, I need to put my crafters to do the correct amount of work, don't I? I'm gonna need a lot of ropes. I think I'm just gonna leave it on affinity, but these can be cut. We don't need 100. We don't need 180. We can do with 80. This we should really have a few of now, because we need to get the. Wait a minute. How many do we have? We have 16. Never mind. This one I would like many of, and of course this one to be maxed. In the case suitcase, I'm gonna have these as well. Oh no, you're not supposed to make these. Duh. And you can have 2 of those. I'm not gonna give you 6 people though. You can have 4. You guys, I would like for you to have at least 250 of those. And this one is going to stay on infinity, because there are only 2. And the fine sticks are being used constantly. Right, time for the uber pouring part. Putting storage areas down. Okay, so then I need to decide where it should be. by the water is always a good idea. And there's also stones they can sit on there, so I'll chuck them down here. That was a bit bumpy, wasn't it? Rather bumpy area. I didn't see that it was so bumpy. Let's get these done. Yeah, that was optimistic having the stones in the baby one. The baby storage area. That's not going to work, is it? I need to make more of those for the stones now. So we'll place them closer to... What was I going to use this one for? More sticks. I'm also going to put them closer to where I'm building the projects. Right, so now for the crafters, just sit. They can easily have it here, can't they? With or without bumps. And do the flint cores and the fine raw stones into these little ones. Because I never have more anyway. Okay. Bones can have reduced space. What's the last one for? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There should be 8. Oh, no, I've done bones. Oh yeah, I've done an extra of the fine sticks over there, haven't I? Okay, but now they get a baby one as well. Sure. Fine. Okay, then we need to figure out where to start setting camp. Cause there will be... I would like to use the middle-ish. Okay, that's a big stone there. That's a little bit of a downer. And then here comes the farms. Okay, so here will have to be my area of big monuments. That means I will want to create housing everywhere around. So that also means that the production for food and stuff from the crops will have to be around here. Can do, no problem. So where should I put the horse? I think the horse should go over here. What do you think? I think it's a good place to put it, isn't it? Very viewable. I think so. Right, that means I can chuck down... Oh, wait a minute, there's a sharp climb there. That's fine. Let's just get down the first husk, and I'm also going to put down quite a bit of religion. Quite a bit of offerings so people can pray, because they will be super... I mean, like, I'm not even kidding. Super unhappy after 14 years and suddenly none of them have any housing. Trust me. Oh, oops. They are going to be very, very unhappy. We might actually lose people due to this. So we have to get the religion up as well, so at least they can soothe some of it. I'll just place them randomly. I'll move them properly where they should be at a later point. Let's just for sure get them down. This one is going immediately, while the others here are needing to be paused, because they have to clear the farm areas, which are quite a few. So there basically is no time to waste. And I'm going to get these down quickly as well. I just hope that the beets will survive. No guarantees, obviously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, and 4. Because those... Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh. Alright, well, that one needed it anyway, so... Okay. some action on these. Right. How many fine sticks do we have? Gosh, are you serious? You have no fine sticks. Okay, I have to give them more people. I have no choice. Six. So I'm building a lot of housing, of course, because we need to get a lot of houses up. And of course now we have enough to create a Trilliton. So we are going to get working on that very soon. I just need to get all the necessities down. I need people to have a place to sleep, at least the majority of them, and then they can circulate. And I'm also placing down somewhere they can pray more than 25% of their unrest gone, because it will be a while till I have enough sleeping places for everyone. And I've been inundated with animals that has basically ravaged my wheat farms, because some of these fences needed trees chopping and stuff, and it wasn't done in time. So I have to either hope that these go away, or I have to hunt them, because they've already basically nibbled all my wheat that was growing. So that is not good. But we should have enough produce in the wild to survive for a good winter or two without being too worried. And it's only going to be for that 1 year, and then the production should be up and running normally again. I think. Okay, so that's one winter that we're going into. The wheat was very low. I mean, seriously low. We basically had nothing. And I have one horse left that didn't go out, and she's pregnant. Oh my god. This means she will be the new, I don't know, food tester for our farms and her offspring. I just can't get her out. I've tried and I've tried. You know, open up one section of the fence to let them out. But she's not herding. She's just wandering around, not doing anything, because the area is so big, isn't it? So she doesn't really feel threatened. Oh. So if she had been herding, they would be seeking each other, you know, and she would be seeking her flock. But she's not, because she's alone. So she's forever staying in there. Starting her... Oh, hello. Sure. So she will stay there and have her baby, and yeah, it will be the start of domestication. She will be the new food tester of the tribe. When wheat is ready and good to be harvested, she will stamp it with her hoof of approval. That's so silly. Oh. Okay, so I can soon make another one of these. I'm going to have at least 4, probably more, but I'm going to place the monuments in the middle, try to make like a small Stonehenge or something with the big boy in the middle. This one. I guess I can just place it roughly middle-ish. I don't want it to be like perfectly aligned. I don't want that. I don't care for that. I think having it a bit skewed is a bit interesting. Is it in the middle now? I actually don't know. I'll find out, but I'll start building it in any way. It will be easier to move the huts around than it is to move the monuments around. So yeah. So relying a little bit on wild food now over the winter. And I'm hunting the boars and the hares as well. So get some extra food. Oops. I'm gonna make some pits as well. Some extra pits, because those I have is just for the crop control yet. But I've gotten all these up and going, so they are ready to be used. It's a lot of wheat laying out in the bath. I need to get some ovens up, don't I? I need to wait till this is done though, because they're going to steal each other's mud, aren't they? How are you doing for logs? Yeah, logs is good. Anyway, so that is... Yeah, we just turned into year 16. And Nelly, the tester, is still trapped inside. I've given up getting her out, so I'm just going to keep her there. Hopefully she gets a male baby, so that they will eventually die out. So I don't have to kill them. Yep. That was it. Okay then. So I finished building the Big Daddy Templeman here, so that gives 100% prayer satisfaction when praying. And if you then put the support structures around it, they will be done super quick. So I'm going to add trilithons. So 20 meters is roughly where you need to put them. Max away from the temple you wish them to increase speed. So let's make sure we stay within 20 meters or thereabouts. A little less perhaps to be sure. It is better safe than sorry. What is that? What is that messing up my system here? Okay, never mind. We're good. Probably going to be crooked. Of course it's going to be crooked. It's part of the charm. Okay, I'm not sure that's okay. We'll find out. Okay, so let's just people work on one at a time, to be honest. I just want them to show first so I can see they are roughly where they should be. And when they start showing, you have a main stone in the direction and roughly where they should be. So then you will see the work area is really large. You will see later on why it is that large, because obviously the trilithon itself is not that large, but the work area needs to be that large because they have replicated the way that some experimental archaeologists have managed to reproduce how they used to do this back in the days before we had cranes and God knows what else we had. I mean. So, yeah. So I'm going to show you. You can see here now that they have started. I'll pause everyone except one. I'll let them finish that one first. And I'm going to pause all the others so you guys can see. But this is the way it looks when it starts. So you can see the direction. And you can see roughly where it's going to be. So this one has a little bit off angle. So what I'm going to do with that one is I'm going to remove it and then change the angle slightly, because you can see if you go over here the angle is a little bit wrong, so I'm going to move it a little bit to the right. I'm just going to wait till they remove it. Oh, we have a new leader. It's rather quick, the leader swap now, because the age has been increased, the aging. So get a few of the lesser staples. Wouldn't hurt with some cultivated produce as well over here. Okay, so that one has been changed. I'm going to add a new one with a more correct angle, because now I can see this one. I try to get it a little bit more correct. That looks better, doesn't it? I think it does. Let's try. It's not like it's hard work to remove it and do it again. See how my graveyards are doing there over here. I have so many people. If it keeps going up and up, I'm going to have to do a forced famine. Around 300, I think, is max what I want to work with. You can go higher if you just play really well. You know exactly what you're doing. But if you're trying to achieve a million things at the same time, you shouldn't really be fighting with trying to keep 500 people alive. Just stay around 200. I find that to be a good soft cap for the game at the moment. Oh no, it's still not straight, is it? Well, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's still okay, isn't it? Because they are a little bit to the side of each other. These are fairly good though. I think I'll leave it. I think I quite like the skewedness. It's quite cool. It's not exactly Stonehenge, but I'm not trying to make Stonehenge. But I want them to congregate around here. And I want them to spend time with each other here. Be with family and stuff. I'm gonna add a few more benches. They can sit and eat. They also like very much to go into the huts and eat. We do a lot of things in the huts now because, of course, when the walls were a fact and not only one big roof like the tents really are, looking at it like that, they preferred to sit inside. They had a source of light, of course, inside with the fireplace inside. So they sat in there, they ate in there, they did their crafting in there. So, yeah. I'm going to add more straw huts as well because I do have plenty straw and I do have plenty rope. But I'm going to let people finish clearing the second add-on of the farms. I'm going to add 2 more of everything except flax. I'm not going to add more flax. I have 2 flax and that is okay at the moment. There's no need for more. No, I think I need another one on the other side, don't I? I do. Right, so yeah, just incremental increase. Otherwise you take so much people away that you're suffering on other areas. Like that. So I'll get those 2 first done because they are not ready to be planted for a few months still, so I have time. They should just clear it first and then I can do the fencing. So that is good. Right, and that's basically where we are at the moment. I'm going to start... No, I don't need to lock down anything. I do need to lock down you, don't I? No, I don't. You're good. But I am locking down the beets because they love the beets. They all love the beets. So there. You can see when they are working. I'm going to show you later why the work area is so big. I have a few graveyards. And you can see that when you have quite a high population, the death toll is quite high, but of course the birth is also high and the kids born are also high, so that's one that could really do with going in here. It's decided to become a bit of a zombie. Sometimes if people are really busy in the tribe, it can take a while before they are carrying the dead to their graves. So yeah, just keep that in mind. It's not always on the dot. Yeah. And this is what I meant with that they need all that space because they are using sand to lift it up. To lift the stones up, right? And here's also the graveyard I made over here. I'm building headstones. You can see, I think I'm going to pause this one because it looks like it's good size at the moment. Okay, I think I need to add a bit more housing. I'll do no, not you. I'll do the big straw huts. Just make a section of 4 like I normally do, and then just pause and just have one built at the same time. So far with the belief patch, we have gotten 3 types of graves. We have the common grave, which you can build no matter timeline, and since all tribes are born with at least the rudimentary skills in architecture, you will always have access to this grave. So there's no worries ever there, at least. And then we have the stone grave, of course, which is a little bit more sophisticated, and you do need a smidgen of Neolithic influence to get it. But at least you have an option for graves. Then you will get rid of any unrest coming from people losing their loved ones without them having a place to rest. So that is really good that we can do that. So the third one, which is the big daddy of tombs, is of course the... Oh no, it can't be there. Hang in there. I need to move this one a bit closer. One notch closer, please. That'll do it. So the big one demands quite a bit of both Neolithic influence and also architecture. I think I have, if my memory serves me right, it's 80% architecture, and I think 70% culture. Yeah, the passage to... We can't see it yet because we have never heard of it, so we don't know that it exists. But if we get more Neolithic influence and more migrants, then we will find out and we will learn, which is great. I'm going to use this fence for this one, I think. It's quite a nice fence, isn't it? Very stocky and sturdy. Don't mind that at all. Oh, need a smaller opening. That'll do it. Excellent. Right, so, and if you have these graves organized very nicely, it's quite a nice addition to your tribe. It makes it very villagey-like, you know, more sedentary, and you have a more organized way of burying your loved ones, your dead. So I quite like that, and it's of course belonging to the era, no matter how we twist and turn it. And then we have the additions that the temples are doing and what they are doing for us. Being able to appease a lot of unrest, for instance, when you have too little housing, or if you have your work hours a little bit high every now and then to work yourself through some hardship, it is quite a relief to have temples that your people can go and pray to and then get rid of some of those angry faces. And I think that is a really, really good idea. And then to top it off, to make the praying go even faster, you can use your megalithic support structures that we have two of. It's the menhir and also the trilithon. So the trilithon grants an insane amount of speed to your praying. So if you use it with your big daddy temple menhir, your people will be done praying in a swoosh. And yeah, then they can use more time to spend with family and chatting with family and you know, sitting by the fireplace and tell stories. So it's a really, really good addition. Then of course all the other smaller things that they have tweaked and changed. For instance, you have more food. It might not seem like it in this game here, but there is actually a higher produce from some of the wild produce and also from the cultivated produce. The addition of even more coming from grass with regards to reed and fiber and also straw is just fantastic. We need that in order to stay sedentary for more than 20 years, the same locality. So there are steps taken for every patch or tweak they are doing to make sure that we can stay longer and longer sedentary, and that is kind of the goal. So incrementally it is being increased bit by bit, and this is part of it. And this, I think, is a good way to do it. We are then learning ourselves step by step how to adjust to when we can be fully, completely sedentary if we choose to do so. The game is completely up to you how you want to play, of course. Nobody says you have to be sedentary, but when you are in the Neolithic, you should be able to be sedentary. So the devs, of course, have to give us that option in the game. That goes without saying. And I feel that the way they are doing it is totally fine and acceptable, bit by bit. And this is what a completed trilithon looks like. It is really cool, isn't it? Now I only have 3 more to build. Well, we can just as well build these while we're waiting for the passage tomb to be available, because we need more of the architecture, and we also need more influence from Neolithic. So there. The architecture is almost there. Look at it, we're almost 80% on architecture. Now we just need more Neolithic children or Neolithic immigrants. Then we will rock it. Bit by bit. I'm not hunting enough, you can tell. I only hunt a few things. And if there's no more of those, then the hunters have a pause and my hunting will go down. But as I'm getting migrants, the hunting skills normally go up again, because migrants bring more skills. I'm not too worried. Let me see, do I have enough to get a few more of these going? No. I just want a little repair, so I need more time to get more straw. Why are you angry? We'll go eat then, what the heck? Oh, you have to sleep in the open as well, that's not so smart, is it? Yeah. So, yeah, need to build more houses. More. It's time to unpause one of these. Oh wait, I need to look at how the these are going. Okay, they're not too bad. They're going to be like one of those others we had in the previous place, isn't it? 2 of those more smaller ones. But they do look really cool when they are kind of 2 of the same around a tall one, next to a tall one. So there. That's one heck of a party place, isn't it? Dude. This is one midsummer night party. Oh, we're in spring though. Anyway. Let's see how quickly we can get the next one built. Okay then. Still working on the second trilithon. And we have plenty graves that is available. How's this one looking over here? Yes, 1 free. Are they insulating it with reed? Who knows? Sure, why not? Whatever works. Quite nice, isn't it? So you can see that my culture is a bit back and forth, depending on how many Neolithic children are born compared to how many Mesolithic children are born, because my tribe is basically 50-50, and I do need quite a bit more Neolithic in order to get the passage tomb, which is going to be here. So yeah, we just have to cross fingers and hope that we get more migrants that will carry the Neolithic influence. So the way they have done the calculations for the migrant with Neolithic or Mesolithic influence for that matter is that 1 person is normally 1%. So if you are 50-50, that means you have 50 of each. So you can easily see on your culture tab, you can see on the ring that it's roughly 50-50 now, roughly plus minus 1 or 2. So yeah, one of the problems that brings with it is that when you are in the shift between a Neolithic level compared to a Mesolithic level that either grants or takes away an object, you could have a bit of the round dance we had earlier. It normally doesn't last very long because they tend to come back and be balanced fairly quickly. but it does happen. And I think I had a roundhouse, the worst roundhouse I had during testing. I think it was like 3 days in a row where they jumped up and down, back and forth and back and forth. They came and lost, came and lost, came and lost. It was really, really cool to see the long line. You can now do this, now you can no longer do this, but now you can do this, but now you can no longer do this. It was so I'm not sure what they did to it, but it's not that bad anymore. It's like once or twice and then it's done. So yeah, it's a bit of a roundhouse, isn't it? But I find that system to be better, because previously, when we did not have this 1% per person system, we kind of never reached Neolithic dominance. In the Neolithic, it would take us far into AD in order to get Neolithic dominance, and that's not quite congruent. So the devs made it much more player choice rather than game forcing you to either be this or that, which is also why you will still get both cultures to your tribe. But of course, the further into the Neolithic you are, the less Mesolithic migrants you will get, because they became less and less in the world, didn't they? But there were still tribes, especially in the western part of Atlantic Europe during the Neolithic, that did not develop the same way or even as fast. We already know this, you know, the for instance, agriculture did come from the east, and then like Anatolia, and then it slowly moved to the west. And first, of course, France, and then Spain as well, same time I think, or even Spain before, and then further up to Germany and yeah, Holland, and then eventually to England over the canal. So let's just take them because we want the Neolithic influence. So that's fine. Okay, so I had a huge overweight of elder people. I think I had like 84 elder people. They were roughly same amount as the adults. So then I had like 20 die in a matter of half a year. So now I'm just below 200 in population, which is actually quite smooth. It is when you are above the soft cap, which is roughly 200, 250, perhaps some areas 300 if you're really lucky. And I think 200 and 250 between those two is the best way to play for now with the current tweaks. So the game is kind of slowly but surely working its way to us managing to stay longer without having to stress horrendously with keeping people alive without bleeding dry the entire environment. Because this is the point with agriculture, you're supposed to make food by demand. With nature you don't do that. It doesn't work like that. It never did work like that, and doesn't work like that today either in our timeline. You do have factory farming though, of course, so that is cultivated, but the wild produce will still be what it is. It is no factory farming for wild produce. So it will diminish, it will be less, and plants will die, and maybe not all of them will reseed. It's the same here. There is a diminishing effect. Absolutely. Now, if just food, if for instance strawberries and raspberries had been, or blackberries had been considered to be a weed, now that would be cool, because then they would basically be everywhere, wouldn't they? Wouldn't mind that at all. Didn't have a fourth here? Oh, there it is. Why is it not showing? Oh, there it is. I must have taken away one notch for it to be more beautiful. Okay, probably did that. That's fine. Still need more stones. So we just tipped over to year 21, and we are slowly creeping up to get a bigger dominance of Neolithic, so that we can finally build the passage tomb, or at least see it. Then we can see how much do we have left. I finished building some of the straw huts I wanted to build, and I'm working on some of the reed huts. I'm kind of hoping that the building and the repairs, when I do it by need only, will be enough actually to manage the passage tomb within at least another 5 years. So just crossing fingers and hope for the best. I would be seriously happy if I got more migrants, though I have way too little migrants. So I would really like more migrants, please. To get a little bit of speed on the Neolithic influence. Because it's very slowly creeping up, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, they are done already. That was quick. That was quickly quick. Let me have a look at you guys. Yeah, you're all done. Otherwise, they would not have been so few. And I gave them 3 of these as well. They do not collide, so they can easily go together. So if you have 4 of one and then 4 of the other, then they should not collide. But what you can't do is put both the beets and the flax in the same, unless it's only a few that you actually have in them. You should try to use the crops that are apart from each other. But if you are going to put together crops, you should do wheat and peas for sure. Or you can do wheat, that is always first, and then you can do the beets, and then you can do the next group. You can do all wheat and then the rest flax if you like. But don't ever put flax and beet together, because they will collide when they both will need tilling and planting roughly the same time. There's only a few weeks between when each one needs tilling and each one needs planting, and of course also then harvest. Beets are earlier than flax for harvest, so you can get away with harvesting only beets, and then flax will fall a bit more together with the wheat and the peas. But peas are always last, always last, but they tend to overlap each other a little bit. So the amount of people you are using for harvest is often higher than the ones you are using for planting and tilling if you are not mixing up all your crops in the same groups. I don't recommend that at all. If you want to do that, then you need 28 and you need a lot. You need maxed out farm groups basically. You cannot get away with having any smaller amounts. And you certainly can't have 8 of each. That's not going to work. You need to have it mixed. But yeah, you should just have that as a rule of thumb. Or you can just experiment yourself and see how much does the beet overlap with, for instance, the flax in your tribe. They should not be months apart. They should be only a few sleeps apart. But if you have really good people in your farm groups and they stay in the same farm groups, you can have an increased efficiency for at least a day, with at least 1 sleep, which is 1 week. And that 1 week might be all you need to get your farms done in time without having to absolutely max out your farm group. So if you have a small tribe but you want more food, then you need to use a little bit of experimentation to see how well your tribe is doing. But I do not recommend putting together beets and flax at all, or flax and peas, because they tend to collide as well. So not such a fantabulous idea to do. If you have only like two beets or 2 flax together, no problem, but not with 4 people. So I've done the testing on this. So if you calculate roughly 3.5 people per farm, and since we can't do 3.5 when you have only a few people, you will use 4, of course. Otherwise 3 is a little bit too much. You can be missing out the last few rows. So 3.5, and then if you time your 3.5 by 8 and then have 8 farms, then it fits perfectly. So it is 3.5 per farm. So yeah, you can probably do the maths better, but I've done the testing already. I just don't know where my notes are, so I can't remember the maths. But it is 3.5, and when you have 8 farms per group with 28 people, it is exactly what you need. Just saying. So just so you know, it is supposed to work, but you need to use, of course, different crops. You can't have 8 of the same. That's not going to work. I'm kind of hoping that we will get even more increased work spots than 28, but I think this incremental step towards more and more sedentary life is basically their plan. So step by step it is, no problem. Okay, so we just tipped over to year 22 and my people have finally started to work a little bit better on the second triloton. We are getting closer to having enough Neolithic influence and architecture to build what we lack. We still can't see it though, so we do need quite a bit more. But not that much more. Another 18% Atlantic Neolithic and we will basically be there. I think, if my memory serves me right. I keep building houses, but I need to build incrementally. We'll go eat then. It's not like there's not any food, you know. Oh, you're sleeping outside as well. Yeah, that doesn't help, does it? We've been there several years and I still can't get up all the housing. There's too much work. It's difficult to keep a huge tribe alive. It's no question about it. At the moment, it's almost impossible to keep 250 plus alive for many years in the same locality. It's just such hard work. So when I say the soft cap is roughly 200, it actually is roughly 200 for a good play, a good game. Me having to play 500 doesn't mean that it is something that we should do. That is just me testing to extreme to see the max push limit that I can do as a tester. And then the devs can adjust things accordingly, but of course step by step. I guess you're not supposed to be able to go from building roughly 100, which is what was normal amount of people max in the Mesolithic, to 500 plus over one patch. It will be over several patches, so yeah, so the incremental increase is quite good. But I like to push the game, so I easily play to over 500. But then again, I play much more efficient than I'm doing here. What I'm doing here is also aesthetical play, trying to make it pretty rather than only efficient or practical. Otherwise there will be no graveyard all the way over there, I'll tell you that for free. They will be basically right next to the huts. Well, you know, people did bury their dead also under their dwellings and some in their walls, so it's not like it's not correct to do that. But I guess with our way of thinking today and how we are today, it's just not right to do it, is it? It just doesn't compute right with us, does it? Nope. Right, so still waiting for enough Neolithic influence for sure to get the passage tomb. Also trying to get a few more quality housing for them as well. But I can't build too much because it's just, my people are just so busy. So yeah, how much do we have? You can see we have roughly maybe a 68%-ish dominance of Neolithic in the tribe. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. I struggle a little bit with keeping everyone healthy and happy. I have to admit, it is hard to play with 250 plus people constantly. You don't really have a lot of leeway to make mistakes. And I also have to rely on produce from the wild in order to keep people okay. You can see that I'm going well over what I normally would do because it is too difficult otherwise. So yeah, there still of course is tweaks that perhaps needs to be done because the yield from, for instance, peas is a little bit too low, and the flax are of course the fiber is the main product of flax, while the seeds is basically a byproduct and not the main. I thought it was the other way around. So I've been playing like it should be the seed that is the main and the fiber that is the byproduct. Well, that's how I understood it, but there you go. It is what it is. Okay. So if I keep struggling with keeping everything up and going, I think I'll need to... No, what are you doing in the... Oh god, I thought it was a horse. Seriously. I think I will need to reduce a little bit on some of my things. Because I think it's better that they circulate on the good housing instead of building a million of them. Because as long as they have the praying, they can pray and they have 100% satisfaction with the speed that the Trilliton are giving them, then I can get away with not having housing for absolutely everyone. But I would like to have housing for everyone. But it is quite difficult to keep the balance, especially since you can't trust nature, because one year you can have a really, really poor yield, and that could cost you very, very dearly. And it could take quite a while to get back up again to normal. So I normally around this time start to struggle and need to up my my wild produce. Well, what kind of wild produce do you have at this time? It is extremely little. If you are lucky, you get a few hazelnuts, but that's basically it. And the odd frozen spring berries. So yeah. No, roughly around, if I can keep it around 200, 250, I think that's where I would like to put the limit. And if it goes too far above, then nature will take its course, because I am not going to build more farms or harvest more food than for a max population of 250-ish. So that's kind of a controlled limit via famine. It is what it is. I have to do it, otherwise I won't be able to play. At least not the same locality. And I can't keep moving and moving and moving, because I will never finish any of my projects. Because they do take some time, don't they? They're not built over a year. You need a little bit more time to build everything that you want to build. Oh, we got a well now. So cool are we. We have a proper well. It's not functional though, yet. Not yet. It's quite cozy when they are gathered around, dancing and stuff. Did you see she was dancing by the temple? I don't think I've seen that before. That was actually quite interesting. I want to see more of that. But yeah, plenty people still sleeping out. But you can see there's not too much unhappy... Oh wait, I took away the thingy, didn't I? So I can't see the angry faces. There's not too many angry faces, because they will of course keep rotating who is sleeping in them. So I'm not too worried. So now I just need to... I'm wondering if I will ever get migrants that will increase my my architecture and my Neolithic influence, because it seems so little, doesn't it? Over several years it's barely moved. But it is playing by need, isn't it? Nothing is fast when you do it, and it belongs to the timeline. Nothing was fast. The only time where things started to explode evolutionary wise with regards to technology and stuff like that was the Industrial Revolution, wasn't it? That's when it started. So yeah, it is what it is. I shall be toiling on. Hopefully I can manage to get the passage tomb built before the video is 8 hours long. It might be 8 hours long, you know that, right? Do you have all day? Did you put the kettle on? Right, I shall just let them keep going. Look what we just got. We can now create passage tombs. So the question is, shall we migrate and build it in a fresh area, or shall we get it done here? Or here for that matter. Close to the camp. Maybe here is a good place. Is it too close? Perhaps. I think it would look great under the trees here and between the trees. If the stones didn't disagree so much with me. Hey then, never mind. Or maybe here. I can't keep spending half the evening on figuring out where to put it. I'll put it here. And I'm also going to create an area where people will collect stones. It won't be big. Ta-da! So basically I need my groups to gather stones only for a while. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can take care of that one. There you go. And get some stones gathered. It's a little bit odd that you have to rely on so many threshers to get your stuff done, but it is what it is. Let me see. I need to remember to lock down so I don't lose my seeds. Okay, how's about that? So this is going to be awesome. Awesome plus plus. I think I'm going to assign it to my build group. Okay, so my groups can take care of it. But we need stones first, so we need to go get stones. Lots of stones. It takes 10,000 stones and 2,500 mud. So it is a lot together, isn't it? Quite a lot. It's the biggest project we've ever done, isn't it? Yeah. Now we'll just have to see how many years that will take. It's getting really difficult to keep everyone alive. Staying so long in the same locality with such a huge tribe. Probably gonna have a few famines more before we're done. Trying to keep the population below 250. Well, it's difficult to keep it alive over 250 anyway. Even I think it's difficult, and I play this game so much. So yeah, of course ways to do it, but one of those I don't know, test for finding the more efficient way to do it and the more practical way to do it, and how can you reach the goal faster or better or whatnot. Quite fun testing on those terms, but you don't get, at least rarely do you get a pretty village. You don't really get the beauty. So I find it fun to also build, you know, a bit artistic as well, and not only for maximum efficiency testing. Come on guys, go get some stones. Get some stones. This is some of the offerings that your tribe will place down themselves when they're praying. You can see it's different kinds of vessel with some drinks. No clue what they are. Could be beer, you know, it could be ale. I'm pretty sure it's not coffee. As sure as I can be. And of course these plates and bowls. It's quite cool. All the temples have something that your tribe actually places down with regards to offerings. So this is something they do by themselves, and you as a player don't control it. If you give them the option to pray, they will bring offerings. Let's see, how is this one going? Going good. 10,000 stone is a lot of stone, isn't it? It's a lot of stones that needs to go to this structure. A lot. But that's fine. A dude asked me if the trees that we cut down and before the stub has been cropped away, can it actually become a crop for beehive? And no, it cannot. It does not transition. The bee stubs are either there when you create the map, or it is not. It does not get created as such. You do have stubs that can have one beehive die out, but then another beehive can or cannot inhabit that stub again. But it needs to be specific stubs and not the ones that we get when we chop the trees around the camp. So hope that answers your question. I'm trying to think of some of the other questions that people normally ask. Yeah, as usual, I can't really find my notes. They are kind of everywhere. But there's some method in the madness, but there's a little bit lack of method in the madness here and there as well. Every now and then. So I'm going to take down these and take down these graves as soon as they're all empty, and I'm going to move them over to be around the main grave the grave tomb, to have a bigger impact, because I don't think I'm going to make the horse. I can't have a 12-hour video. It's not going to happen. I'm probably closer to 8 now anyway, so I need to get that a bit more aesthetically placed around. And I would like to make a proper palisade around the roundhouses here and the main monument collection here. Yeah, and I would like to get housing for everyone. It can be done. It just needs to be done really slowly or incrementally based on the population you have and how they work. How is the food? And it needs to be balanced. It always needs to be food first. So the beauty has to wait until people can actually survive. It kind of goes without saying, and you guys probably already know this. But if there is anyone who's wondering about how things should be, it should always be food first. Always. And if people are complaining that they don't have enough places to sleep, build them some places they can go pray. That will help them incredibly. Just look at, let me see, or have I taken away everything? Okay, so this is with full view, yeah, so you can see all the icons are there. Yeah, all the icons are there. So if you go over my population, you can see that the angry faces are nowhere, because I have managed to find a good balance at year 23. It took quite a few years to get a good balance between what I could build and what people demanded versus income of food and resources. So it doesn't always come in a swift. Sometimes you need a little bit of time to find that balance that is actually good, so that the game is flowing really nicely. It's not always a given that you always get it immediately. You need sometimes to work quite a bit more for it. And I'm sure a lot of you people have experienced really shit gameplay. I mean, seriously bad balance. It's like you've been there for like 4 or 5 years and you just can't make it right. It's like the balance is nowhere to be found. That happens to everyone. So it's not a shocker to me that this happens. But okay, so and also I don't like that you have to have 5 million threshers. I really don't. I have suggested to the devs that they are more efficient, like you can chuck in more sheaves of wheat and then get out more grains per thresher, but it has not been changed yet, so I'm not sure they are going to change it. But when you're closing up to 15-20 threshers for a tribe of 200, it's getting a little bit ridiculous. But that's just my opinion. It doesn't mean that I'm right, but I'm pretty sure they did not have to have 5 million threshers back in the days when they were doing their wheat. And I also want barley. I've suggested barley for the ale and stuff. So we will see if that comes as well, either part of the base game or as an iteration at a later point. Because of course there is basically no doubt that we will get more crops and different varying types of foods, and also in the end drinks. Of course, makes sense. What is this? Oh, I couldn't see. They were so quick in tidying it away, I couldn't see what it was. I like paying attention to this one when it's built. You can see it's very visible what they're doing step by step, and I quite like that. I think that's really nice that they are showing it like that. How much so? Yeah, I never have any stone, do I? Because it's going directly here. Okay, so I need to close down my beats, otherwise they will chop it up fairly quickly. Like that. Should do it. Oh, there's still a bit left. Not much though. But the yield is still a little bit low to be able to keep 250 plus or more satisfied with cultivated yield only. You can't do it still, so sedentary life is not a possibility yet. But you can stay longer, so that is a good thing. Previously you managed to stay perhaps 100, 150 years after year 20 without drowning in famines. And now it can be 200, 250 if you play it a bit right and if you have a good locality. Because there are years where you have to rely on the wild yield, such as fishing and a bit of hunting, and definitely the wild plant produce if your harvest goes a bit wrong. If you are in an area in Europe that can have minus degrees, or for instance you could be really unlucky in Spain and have it too hot, then you will kill your plants and your yield will be atrocious. It does happen. I once had a yield of 0.2 peas because they all froze to death. The soil was frozen up in the northern parts, but this was during late Mesolithic, so I was about to go into Neolithic, so I had one of those really bad winters, and it did not cause a famine because I was relying on wild produce to save us, and it did. So this is how I use wild produce now that I am doing a sedentary life, or at least trying to do a sedentary life. So yeah, they're supposed to help each other out, to fill each other out when needed, but the main thing we should rely on is definitely the cultivated produce. So there. So let's see how it's going with the Grand Passage tomb. Yeah, they've already done 2.5 thousand, so that is excellent. I think I could also get away with finding time to finish at least one more triathlon before the video is 14 hours long. You know, it would have been shorter if we didn't have to wait so long for agriculture and then have to migrate and then redo everything with unhappy people, because then their efficiency will without a doubt be diminished. I mean, there's no two ways about it. So I'm going to leave the common graves, but these I will recirculate to get the stone back if there is any stone to be had back. We will actually, I haven't tested on that, but I will leave these because these are quite nice with a good fence. Really nice fence, isn't it? That log in the middle here is interesting. Not quite sure that it's working as intended. I have reported this before, but I think they want it to be part of the organic that you can actually do in real life as well. So I understand that, because you can also, to a certain degree, have fences going a little bit into your housing and stuff like that. I'll show you just to demonstrate what the developers mean. So if you have a fence, maybe it will show better here. So if you have a fence and you can actually go through parts of the housing with it to get a organic feel. Can you see that? So like part of the fence is then implemented in the house. Let me see how they build it. I tested on this quite a while ago. I don't quite remember how it went, but I think it can be seen that it goes actually into the house and then, you know, come out of the house. This is something you can play around with to create other effects. It doesn't have to be a fence effect. It can be that, for instance, in this case, that some has placed some sticks on top of anything else on a pole, whatever. It doesn't have to necessarily be for fence purposes. I personally do not find that interesting at the moment, but then again, I need to play around with it a lot more before I say for sure that I won't be using it. Because I could easily fall in love with it if I find a way that looks really cool, but I haven't really played around too much with that at the moment. Right, so year 24, How long have you been in this place? When did we move? It was year 16? So we've been here 8 years. Yeah? Yeah. I quite like when people sit down and eat and spend time together around these monuments. I actually find that really cool. Look at the view of that. You can see the tomb in this shot. Wanted to see if I can see the jackets on the kids as well. Is that yeah? Look, the kids also have these jackets now. She has the old one. She has the old one. This guy has a new one. You see, they have different patches, colored patches, and I think that is so cool. Look how they wiggle when they walk. That is so adorable. Oh, that's a new. Oh, look at that one. That is new. That is a really, really cool jacket. Seriously. Seriously cool jacket. That's kind of the thing that would be fashionable today as well. I like that. Really, really like that. So this is the is this a young child? Let me have a look. I think it's a young person. Yeah, he's 18. So it seems to be the younger ones can have those types of jackets. No, he's elder. He's over 50. You can see he's grey, so everyone can have it. Oh, and another one! I love these! These are so cool! Look at the patterns! Why haven't I noticed this before? And the frills! Look! Look! I can't believe I've noticed this before! Seriously! But you know, it's because I haven't taken the time to go into detail looking close at any of the people. I've just been so caught up in testing everything else because they're adding so much that I'm almost overwhelmed with all the things that needs to be tested. So this is why there are some tweaks here and there because I can't reach over everything. Help, help, help. No, I really, really like that. That was so cool. Seriously cool. I really like those. Yeah, I got completely wild here. It's discovering new things that I didn't see during testing. I don't mind that at all, being surprised. It's always nice, isn't it? A good surprise. I like that they are taking their time to add these variations into the clothing because there's no way everyone was wearing the same thing at this time in the Neolithic. No way. And they're reflecting that. I really, really appreciate that. We are slowly but surely getting there. I've also started to add some fencing around my camp. See how that turns out. Well, only part of it though, not everything. It's like I said earlier, wanted to make it around the area where the monuments were really. Yep. So this is slowly but surely being built. I estimate a few more years. Why are you not in a grave and instead laying on the ground? Do we not have enough graves? No, I deleted some, didn't I? Duh, I forgot to re-add them. Okay. I need to add more graves. Okay then, I shall do that. I shall add a few more. With easier graves, not necessarily the really difficult ones with stones, because we have so many things that is arguing to get stones. So I think I could probably get away with placing a few of the paupers under the hazelnut trees. That's very poetic, isn't it? That should do it. Do you think? Yeah, I'll do. Oh, can't see them. There you go. Okay. Why are you angry? Oh, you don't like the small fireplace for sleeping. Okay then. Yeah, well, I know. bit by bit you're getting houses. Already building more houses over here. So one by one. I can probably do another one, but can't keep them too busy because I have tons of things that they are already building, including the fence. Okay. That is quite cool. Quite coolio. Right, so year 26. We are roughly halfway with the tomb. And about the graves, when it is occupied, you can see who it is. And the common grave is a single occupant grave, while the tomb is a multiple occupant grave. And the stone graves as well is single use. And you can just click on the grave you want to check to see if there is space. If you can't really see if it's open or not, you just click it and then you will see content is free, as opposed to when it is used, because then the content will be filled and you can see who is in there, who has died. Yeah, so it's a little bit over halfway. You will go eat then. It's not like there's not flipping food. Plenty food. Go on. Right, so that's where we are at the moment. Oh wait, we just need to do this. I really like the grave addition and the praying. It helps us with getting rid of some of the unrest for things, especially if the thing is that we can't do anything about. For instance, when you've just migrated, there is no way you can have housing for everyone in your tribe when you have like 100 people plus. Goes without saying. So this is a good thing that they did add. Otherwise people would leave in the end because there's so many huts to get down and we can't do it. So in that sense it's really, really good. I haven't really noticed anything really negative with regards to the human aging being doubled. I haven't noticed that there is a bad balance. I find the balance to be totally acceptable. So the point is you should have roughly twice as many adults as you have both elder and children. And the elder and the children should be roughly balanced with a little bit overweight on the children. Otherwise you would never have a population increase, would you? So this has been tested on up and down the walls for weeks on end to make sure that the entire balance was not thrown off with this. And this also includes testing how the knowledges would behave with regards to the learning of knowledges when people died so much sooner, so much quicker than they used to. And this has also been tested up and down the walls for weeks. So everything has been really, really thoroughly tested. But the thing is, when you add something new or change a few parameters on one thing, it can easily, and it has happened before in this game, change parameters for other things that is actually non-related. And this is one of the things that I need to go look for after every tweak, after every new patch on the developer servers. I have to run around and look in all areas to see if there are any discrepancies, and that sometimes when I have to do like comparative testing with regards to food and food amounts wherever you are in Europe, that can take weeks. Because it's not like you can only test Norway and then be done with it. You have to test all compass directions, east to west, top to bottom, north to south, east to west, and in the middle, and compare, is this the way it should be? And if if there are discrepancies, then the devs tweak this, and then I have to test it all over again to see if this has sorted the issue. So it's not a matter of only seeing and playing and then thinking, okay, this is going to be sorted. It's just if I say this or do this in 5 minutes, it's not going to happen. It takes weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. So today I've also had a new update, and I had an update yesterday as well, but I don't dare to go and update on the dev server because I'm afraid I will lose what I've already done here with the 26 years that we've been fighting to stay alive. So I'm gonna have to quickly finish this playthrough and then run ahead to do some testing to see all the changes they've made. But they are really active, doing a lot of stuff. So yeah, this is what I'm waiting for. I am waiting for this one because I want to show you guys how amazing it is when it's done and how it works. The really big plus about it is that you don't necessarily need to have so many of these single purpose graves that I call them, the common graves. You can instead spend some time and get a few of these and then make some nice monuments around it, and you know, have rituals and bonfire nights and whatever else. So yeah, definitely I'm getting up to 250 again, so people are going to start starving soon, having to do another forced famine. I'm doing my very best to keep them between 200 and 250. So yeah, so there. If I want to have a high population, I really should migrate or not focus so much on the beauty, just focus on pure survival. That it just 100% practicality and efficiency above anything else. Right, so here we are, year 28. We are about to finish our passage tomb. It is going to be great to finally have it done. Then we have played so that we have been able to build everything from the Mesolithic time and into the max that we need in the Neolithic time. But things are random. You could be lucky and get it immediately, or you could be unlucky and wait forever. It's the luck of the die, I'm afraid, and nothing you can really do except playing it congruent by need, and it will eventually come to you if you wanted to. Otherwise, you just reject all your Neolithic migrants and stay Mesolithic forever. But that was not the point of this playthrough. And as an overall essence, I do find that the religion or the belief patch is making the game more busy. It gives you more to do, but also more to pay attention to, and more things that you need to do in order to keep a better balance as you are doing the projects and the tombs and whatnot as well. You don't need to build a million things just because you have a million things. You can build one, you can build two, you can build whatever you want. But if you want to do these things, of course, you cannot forget that you also need to have a balance between resource income and, of course, resource usage. I am particularly fond of having more to do. I feel like I can kind of never have enough to do, and I feel the game is slowly but surely filling up my need to have something to put my fingers in. For instance, these monuments, these projects and the menhirs and everything, I feel that they are fairly much giving me an option to do a bit more than we could before. And to top that off, we also have interaction that gives different behaviors, and it helps us with the unrest. Absolutely, so this is a big plus. I went a little bit over the fishermen as well, and they tend to still choose a little bit wrong logistics, like they could go over to land and over to the other side instead of taking something that perhaps is quicker to reach. But then again, the system has been coded to make sure that you try to always take whatever is closest. And if you are living on a swing river like I normally do with a fork, then you can easily have it like this. You won't really see this when you have only one long river. So I'm kind of asking for it a little bit with positioning myself the way I am. However, the fishermen are more efficient, and I could see that there was more product coming in per day, even though we had stayed there for over 10 years. Another thing I forgot to mention is that you can actually now get pregnant women coming with the migrant group. It is not often, but it does happen. I have yet to see anyone come with a child though, but they can be pregnant. Maybe they just are a few months pregnant and they don't even know they're pregnant when they're doing the migration. Who knows? The monuments seem to be okay with regards to resources they demand to be built. There is nothing that you cannot do. You just need to play a little bit smart and not overproduce or waste a lot of stuff. For instance, I would not gather 10,000 stones and then not immediately build anything, because that meant you would be wasting a lot of that stone, and that's wasted workforce and resource. But I guess you kind of already know this yourself. I do like that you have different options of what types of tombs and graves you would like to build, and common for all of them is that they are producing something that we all want in the game. We want burials, and we do want to have the ability to put people in a proper grave instead of just letting them rot where they are. That has never really been okay as such, but early access, game in progress, so things take a time, and it is bit by bit as well. The other things that we have got in the game seem to be enriching it rather than annoying. There have been times where I have been more annoyed than happy. For instance, when they took away the manual lasso task for groups, I was annoyed for quite a long while, and I still feel a little bit miffed about that today, even though it's a long time since they did it. And I don't particularly like that they added unlimited, or they added 9,999 as limit anywhere in any of the productions, because that can easily be catastrophe, or you can easily waste so much resources if you are not playing it a bit smart. I felt that the 999 was kind of a limit you should have, so you didn't waste too much. But then again, you could also put it on Infinity and gather forever and waste everything there as well. So I guess it's a status quo in usability or usefulness. It's basically like you have two things that does the same. So I felt it was a little bit of a non-needed addition, in my opinion. But I'm sure some of you guys can find good use for it, and just pay a little bit attention so you don't waste too much resources. But all in all, I feel that the patch has been quite good, actually, really rich. I don't think I've been so immersed in the gameplay since we got knowledge, because knowledge was also a very immersive patch. It was large, and it took a lot of time to understand everything and to get to grasp with all the details that belonged to knowledge. And here we are. This is it. The passage tomb is now done. It is awesome, isn't it? And you can see that there is room for, 21 people? You can add 21 people, and considering that it is reusable, you can almost said you recycle the bodies. That sounds really wrong. It is reusable. You can use it as a family tomb or whatnot, or a tribe tomb for that matter, which is how it is supposed to be now. And you can see you will not need a gazillion other graves. You can add a few of these and you will have a good recycle of usage on these tombs. They do cost a lot, but there is zero maintenance. There is no maintenance whatsoever. Once it's built, it will last forever. And you can't go wrong with that, can you? So that is a very good move by the devs. Because I feel that we have so much other things that keep needing repairs constantly, and the bigger we grow, the more work it will be, and it will be very, very taxing in the end to constantly release people from the extremely needed work groups to go do these minute repairs. They are annoying, but needed for so many things, and we didn't really need more. So they have removed it on all the monuments and all the tombs and all the graves, everything. None of these need any maintenance. Once the stone and the mud is down, it is there forever. And I'm really happy about that. Really, really happy about that. So this was kind of the big thing, and some of the smaller things like the clothing I find so sweet. You can see so many different types of cut and style and patching together of fur and textiles. It's really nice and congruent, and I really like that they have put so much detail into making it so realistic compared to the archives and the knowledge that we have from this period. And this is enriching the game tremendously, I think. So now we're just waiting for some hot fixes and some surprises that will come along very, very shortly. So all in all, I think the patch is great. But then again, I find all patches to be okay with some areas that I don't particularly love that much. But you know, it is nothing that detracts from gameplay. It still allows me to do things that I want to do. It doesn't stop me from building things. It doesn't stop me from anything. Look, he died and now his wife is carrying him to the grave. Oh, she's going inside with him. Oh, that is so creepy. Oh, that is so creepy, but it's needed. Oh, there you go. And now he's inside. Oh yeah, but she doesn't give a crap. She's now going to eat. Okay then. Maybe the, the marriage wasn't so happy. Maybe she was having to get rid of him. Who knows? It's not like they've changed that much in a few thousand years, have they? Have we? So yeah, I am very fond of this patch already, but then again, I have tested it for a while, so I have grown to really like everything about it. A little bit of extra work, of course, but it is all up to you if you want to do that work. You don't have to build everything, you know, you don't even have to build any graves. You can do what you like. But I recommend to get up the buildings that allow people to pray, because you can get away with a lot of testing around and doing a bit hardship policies if you just let them pray to get rid of the worst anger and unrest. So yeah, all in all, a fabulous patch. I absolutely love it, and it won't be long till we get even more to do, more to build. I can't say more, but you can really look forward to the next edition that is coming, and it's not going to be long either till it comes. So I for sure will do a new playthrough, not as long as this, thank goodness, but I will do a playthrough and see how it works out in the game and test all the new things. Thank you so much for following me on my journey. Until I see you next time, have fun and take care.